product. The reason behind it is that like a company that big like Facebook is still afraid of service provider lockout problem from Google. It's pretty interesting. And so HacksLink, we're trying to build a universal identity layer that will have both permissionless features and it's user-friendly. So there were 3 core advantages of our HacksLink smart accounts. It's user-friendly, secure, and most importantly, permissionless. And I will elaborate details of these 3 advantages in the future slides. So HacksLink enables a 0-step wallet creation. What does that mean? So right now, if you want to send some tokens to your friends, you require your friends or the recipient of the token, the tokens to like, you require them to have the wallet set up already. If they does not have a wallet, then you need to tell them to set up a wallet so they can start receiving tokens. So with HacksLink, we get rid of all these steps. So anyone with an email today, give me your email, I can just send token to you instantly. So HacksLink will provide a Zelle-like user experience. So what does that mean? It means like anyone with an email or phone number today, they can just start to receive cryptos directly without setting up accounts, without having any previous user experience with crypto or not. And the technology behind it is powered by our EIP 4972. We basically derive a on-chain smart contract account directly from user's social account, email address, or phone number. And we make sure that only the owner of this email address or phone number will be the only person who can access the assets in this smart contract account. And our easy receiving feature will help the current projects to expand their target audience from wallet users to basically 4 billion plus email users and 7 billion plus phone number users, basically everyone in the world. And at HacksLink, we also care about account security. And this is why we want to bring in the industrialized Web2 security model into the Web3 space with Web3 tech stack, of course. And the biggest security feature of HacksLink account, including on-chain 2-factor authentication, risk management, and social recovery. And here is a diagram to explain how our on-chain 2-factor authentication works. So the user not only can choose one service provider, but 2 service provider to protect user's account. So even if one service provider, all service provider is hacked or the key is leaked, the user's account is still protected by the second all service provider, which means we give the user's account double security. And as you can see in the middle of the diagram, our HacksLink account supports all the categories in the all service provider network. We support custodial solutions, non-custodial solutions, MPC solution, and customized all solutions. Basically, we give the freedom back to the user, and they can choose the one that best fits them. And all service will not be only service will live on HacksLink identity layer. Other service will live on HacksLink identity layer as well. For example, risk services, notification services, bundler services, all these services will live on HacksLink identity layer. And ultimately, we're trying to build a permissionless identity layer. Permissionless means only the user himself control the account, which this solves the problem for all the upper layer application that there will be no more service provider lockout risk for them. And our HacksLink account is trying to build a middleware that will bring a unified interface to all the upper layer applications. So the upper layer applications no longer need to worry about which service provider need to choose, which risk service provider need to provide for their clients. And everything will be handled by HacksLink identity layer. And our permissionless will be ensured by our tokenomics. On the supply side of our tokenomics, we will reward our users in our ecosystem, while on the demand side, using an application, we have to pay HacksLink tokens to access the service of the service providers on HacksLink identity layer network. And the application and the service provider, they also need to stake HacksLink tokens in order to be in our ecosystem to ensure their service quality and to protect the users on hacking identity users from spamming from applications. Next, I'm going to talk about a little bit about our go-to-market strategies. Our go-to-market strategies will be divided into 3 parts, targeting 3 kinds of end clients. The first one is called token distribution. For this part, we're targeting any projects that want to expand their users to the Web2 base. So we allow the projects, by giving a list of email address or phone number, they can simply just airdrop tokens or NFTs directly to the Web2 end users, and does not require the end users to have any previous knowledge of crypto before. The second part is called pluggable account. Pluggable account is the most unique feature on hacking account. So basically, so for this part, we're targeting Web2 applications with limited Web3 features. So for example, we're seeing some Web2 applications, for example, like a social app, they want to add simply a NFT feature into their applications. So simply they can just plug in hacking account into their applications without affecting the original user flow. The user on the application will be able to access the on-chain NFTs, manage their on-chain assets right inside that original application. And the third one is called login with HacksLink. And it's targeting for native Web3 applications. And this is the most heaviest one. However, if the application integrated with login with HacksLink, they will no longer need to worry about the service provider lockout issue. They don't need to worry about which service provider they need to choose for their clients. Everything will be handled by HacksLink identity layer. And next, I want to introduce the HacksLink team. So Shu, he was previously the Facebook Libra team, and he was at the Facebook Novi team and Instagram Net team as well. He was also the president of the largest crypto community back in 2018 called ABC Blockchain Community. And he's the author of EIP 4972 and EIP 6662. Another member, Zihao, is an early member of the Libra team. He has very solid background on blockchain and blockchain infrastructure. And Jan is also a senior engineer at Facebook, is in charge of the authentication and account security part. And for myself, I come with a computer science background. So for the starting of my technology journey, I did a lot of automation work. So if anyone here did any of the automation work in the previously, then you will understand what I'm talking about. So when you're doing a lot of automation work, it depends on the applications exposed to APIs or the condition that exposed to the APIs. So for some applications, maybe the APIs is just too costly, and some applications just simply does not disclose their APIs. So it will increase the complexity to do this automation work. And that's the point where Web3 space attract me. And that's how I got into the Web3 space. And so that's also the reason why I want to start this project with Shu. We think that a HacksLink will be able to bring everyone in the world into the Web3 space and introduce the Web3 space benefits to everyone in the world. And here's our roadmap, and a little bit of surprise here. So if anyone is sitting here, you can take out your phone and open up your camera and scan this QR code. And this QR code will redirect you to dev.hackslink.io, which on that website, you can simply just input your email and hit continue. You will see that you already have a on-chain smart contract account. And on the dashboard, there's a button called Surprise Me. If you click that Surprise Me button, then you will receive some airdrop tokens from us. And thank you so much for the time. Yeah.
That's what's up. So thank you, HacksLink. So we got Cayman with some comments. Thank you.
Oh, the video is like a simple video about our demo. We'll demonstrate to you how easily you can just send tokens to any email address with verification of your email OTP code. as easy as any Web2 actions.
Yeah, that's really awesome, man.
Thank you.
Could you go back to slide 2, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like, the setup, for the slide. Okay, sure.
Yeah. That's
cool, man. That's awesome. That's awesome.
On board.
Yeah. Yeah, but long story short, from as an investor perspective, right? Everything is about traffic, right?
Yeah.
So and also all about the user adoptions. So if we look back, 20 years ago, or even more than 20 years ago, all the internet, no matter it's called web 1 or web 2, it's all about the user adoptions. Because remember, like 30 years ago, there's no modem, no endpoint at your home. But later on, since you have those devices and you have the internet and start building application layers on top of it, it's all about the user mass adoptions. And right now, the blockchain industry, or say the Web3, has been there for 7-8 years. But we still have as you illustrated before, we still have a very limited access for regular user to access Web3. The first thing you must have, which is the assets, before either you talk about using an application in the Web3 thing, no matter it's identity or NFT or crypto assets. That's the very, very first thing we have. But you see, that's exactly hit my point, right? The MetaMask, I use that every day, but the only way I use that is just for either for staking or sending people who's trying to send me money, for the address. That's I copy to them. But the rest, the user experience of a MetaMask, which is really, really not super user friendly to me. Not even mention if I mention this to my mom, right? So I think it's definitely a very good a very good protocol from a protocol layer perspective. Hexlink, I think it really provides a good user mass adoption tool that could help the next wave of the young, no matter younger generation or even a little bit older senior generations are able to access to the Web3 applications, because it's all about applications, right? Forget about the LFG or pump and dump, right? It's all about applications that we are trying to use for the Web3. So I think I'm hoping that this could be a very good key to entering that. So I guess later on after this we can talk about the investment opportunity later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I
Go for it.
Has questions.
Hey guys, thank you for the presentation. I have one comment and one question. If you can help me with that. So if I were to understand correctly, this whole process is enabled by the on-chain name translation through the EIP. Is that correct? So is there any consideration of expanding the service to other chains, and how would you guys do that?
It's smart contract wallet, and we deploy like this, the contract to the translation to every chain, every EVM chain at least. So you got this kind of like the cross-chain identity. So you got same email and you got same address across all EVM chains. That's what kind of experience it give you. So it's kind of like a natural cross-chain identity for you. But now we just like EVM chains, we plan to expand this to other chains as well. Like we hope in the future user can use a unified identity, like human readable identifier across every chain. Yeah, that's our goal.
Okay, sounds great and simple and beautiful. And the comment I have is that I think I saw in one of the tokenomics slides saying that the users and the applications or the service providers will both bear the cost of using Hexlink services. What I would suggest, if you guys can consider entertain that idea, is that maybe consider get the applications or the service providers to bear all of the cost, so that they can provide Hexlink as a sort of a standardized service to all of their users, so that it'd be easier for them to kind of onboard users. Think of it like how merchants would bear, like 7-Elevens would bear the payment network, the Visa Master fees on behalf of their users without asking their users or the customers to pay extra $5 for a $100 purchase, right? And it's not a steep, it's not a small fee. It's like think Visa charges 2 to 4%, and Amex charges even higher. So that could be a profit margin and easier user experience for users. Just a thought.
That's
So-
exactly what we're doing.
okay.
We're being the aggregator, and the application has to pay through us to lower level service
Right.
providers, right?
You're making it easier for them to onboard users.
Yeah, so there's two values we're providing to our applications. The first one is like we provide a unified interface for them, because there's like 10 different, maybe different service providers underlie us, and I don't want like applications have to worry about that. Yeah, so provide a unified interface for them. They just interact with us,
Right.
help them to solve this problem, and also like we just charge for the value we provide to them, because this layer does not come for free, right? It takes money, and like in
Of course.
Web3, I think everyone knows that we're trying to be let value propagation be more transparent, but we just like take our part. Yeah. That's
Okay,
what we're
so
doing. Yeah.
of course, both bear the cost, but I would just charge the merchants or service providers.
Yeah,
only.
yeah.
Right, okay.
And also
Thank
like
you.
the rationale behind this is that actually, as long as you got users, they will join.
Of course.
So that's really kind of the application part. That's where like our easy onboarding, the receiving feature like comes out, like really plays a role in the whole big picture. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, let's keep it pushing. So now we got CK Net from Helix Labs. Yeah, I think they're on video, so we'll see what's up.
Okay. We're Helix Labs, and we're building a layer 2 ZK EVM for both EVM and non-EVM chains. My name is Gregory Livingston. I'm the head of strategies for Helix Labs. I spent 15 years building ed tech companies before moving into the Web3 space.
Hey, I'm Snehbot. I've been in Web3 space for about 7 or 8 years. Was the co-founder of Monarch Wallet. And before that, I was in engineering management consulting and automation engineering.
My name is Zach Arsenhoik. I'm a founder at Amherst Labs and head of the research and development at Helix Labs. And I've been actively working on a Greek proving system and also zero knowledge optimized IPC solutions.
Our mission is to provide scaling solutions to all blockchains. Our L2 is meant to support all existing Ethereum applications, tooling, and infrastructure. We do this through zero knowledge technology. Our ZK EVM, zero knowledge EVM, is an EVM equivalent and ZK friendly virtual machine that eliminates the need for a native consensus protocol using ZK proofs. This allows us to sustain throughput far higher than any L1.
So yeah, so our main solution has scalability, EVM equivalence, and security. When it comes to scalability, we're right now clocking in at 2,000 transactions per second, which is far better than most ones right now. Standard EVM equivalence, therefore, developers and users are very understandable, understand very well of what they're getting into and what contracts they're actually deploying. And security, obviously, with any layer 2 and ZK proofs, privacy is a big issue. And of course, it's all verified on the main L1 chain. Our 3 main products are rollups, staking, and bridging. Rollups, as in moving over any asset from layer 1 to layer 2. Staking, such as, if you were to have Ethereum, you can stake Ethereum for ZK Ethereum, and bridging, that whether that be from L1 to L2 or L2 to L2. So who will build apps on Helix first? So we're really reaching out to these huge developer communities, whether that be from the NFT and gaming space or decentralized finance space, such as exchanges, staking platforms, payment infrastructures, and applications like that. We're also reaching out to student groups such as Stanford, Carnegie Mellon, University of California, Berkeley, MIT, Harvard, Drexel University. So we're really reaching out to these student groups to showcase what they can do with Helix and how they could build on them, and showcasing how easy it is to bring in liquidity from all these different L1s that we plan to support. So our initial deployment of ZK Labs or Helix is really hitting the gaming infrastructure and decentralized application area. So I mean, exchanges, gaming, NFTs, and any sort of traditional blockchain applications you could think that are happening on Ethereum or Solana or Cosmos. You could work with the same tool set right on Helix Labs. So we are looking at around 2,000 transactions per second, as I said, and I'll pass it off to Zach.
Awesome, thank you, Stan. So yeah, we generally want to emphasize on what is the main tech stacks happening behind the zero knowledge rollups, and we specifically want to use both pairing of the stock and stock proving systems. That's why we are also paying closer attention to what is the better alternatives that we can use this kind of proving capacities in the different forms of language, for example, Cairo. And then our goal is that we wanted to see new avenue of user bases happening on this layer 2 ecosystems, because those are the ecosystems that support very sophisticated and complex applications that require a high number of throughputs and competition. And those are the main sources that also the L1 applications can migrate to a L2 that is in the same, sharing the same consensus for layers. So we really emphasize on that we want our chains to be equivalent, EVM equivalent, and also doesn't require the users to change their codes to migrate to the L2 solution from L1 to the L2. So those are the also main operation that is mentioned about the L1 to L2 bridging. And also we see that one of the biggest issue between the L2 to L2 compatibility, because we wanted to promote more shared compatibility between those two L2 ecosystem. Using L2 to L2 bridging, for example, we can use IBC, much more standardized bridging rather than reinventing something new. So it's also important that how we can actually leverage the pre-existing solutions in a way that it also minimizes our exposure to vulnerable hacks and provide a very safer environment for the builders as well. And the basic components is relatively similar to how other rollups are existing right now, but we also very open to what kind of newer proven technology that we can use to, for example, Cairo supported proving system is that's also we are very paying close attention to, and how we can use trust minimized bridging solutions, and those will be important for us. And one thing for sure is that how we can also create a community that also makes the decentralized ecosystem on the L2 ecosystem. So those are the basic components that we are also think of. And that was it.
Excellent. Yeah. And if you have any questions or want more information, you could reach out to me at snay@helixlabs.org. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
There you guys go. Shout out ZKNet at Helix Labs. So we're keeping it pushing, right? We're going to Delta. They're also on video, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see what they got.
Welcome to the Delta protocol, my submission for the Boundless Hackathon at Stanford. Delta is an institution-grade, capital-efficient lending and borrowing protocol on the Triton testnet. We offer DeFi access to everyone by serving as an on-ramp from a legacy financial system to the future of natively digital capital coordination. We are the first DeFi protocol to feature both permissioned and permissionless pools of market digital assets. So what does this mean? A permissionless pool is something that you're mostly familiar with if you've had any experience with protocols such as Aave or Compound. Basically, this pool is open to anyone with an internet connection, a Web3 wallet, and some funds. A permissioned pool, on the other hand, is KYC restricted, and the reasoning behind this is the fact that we want to create a trusted counterparty environment to facilitate centralized financial institutional participation in the DeFi revolution. Compared to the permissionless pool, the permission pool has those lower APYs, but potentially a deeper market. Since now you have these huge centralized financial giants. And obviously, the only way that we can sort of remotely attract centralized financial institutions is by having some sort of KYC procedure that users must submit before using the protocol, or at least some part of the protocol. Upon approval, users' wallet address will be allowed listed for borrowing and lending on Delta. So let's take a look at a little demo. All right, welcome to the landing page of Delta. We're going to quickly go through and demonstrate the application. But first, make sure you've connected your wallet to the Triton testnet. We have some funds and are ready to begin. So Delta offers three main features on the Triton testnet. We offer lending, borrowing, and insurance. And we're going to walk through each one of them. First, you want to go to the faucet and drip a certain amount of tokens to use in the application. These are tokens that we create so that you can test out the app. I'm going to reject this since I already have some funds, and we can move on to the lending tab. Now, lending is going to be very familiar to you if you use the apps like RBO Compound before, but basically you can see your total deposits, your earning APY, as well as any interest you've earned on your deposits. What sets Delta apart is the fact that we have two different types of pools. The open pool, which is a permissionless pool, like we described earlier, and the verified pool, which is a KYC restricted pool. For demonstration purposes, I'm going to be demonstrating with the open pool. So for reset, we can go ahead and see all the lending markets. So we have the Maverick and the FRA token that we just got from the faucet, and we can basically, play around, deposit. You can see your balance, the available liquidity in the markets, as well as the generous APYs that you get. You will not get this anywhere else. So let's try to demonstrate. We can choose an amount of Maverick tokens. First approved, it's already approved. Done that previously in my tests, and we can just sign the transaction. Give it a while to confirm. And there we go. Let's refresh the page, and you should see the deposit balance update. And there we go. Now moving on to borrowing. And borrowing is going to be exactly the same thing as lending, except that you borrow assets instead of lending them out. And the idea with borrowing is that we structured the protocol such that you are only able to borrow up to 80% of the value of the collateral that you deposited. So if you haven't deposited, you will not be able to borrow, right? And you can only borrow up to 80% of what you have deposited. So let's quickly demonstrate that. Since I deposited some Maverick tokens, let me try to borrow some FRA tokens. And let me just select 100 FRA tokens. Let me confirm the transaction. And there we go. Let's refresh the page. And you can see how much you've borrowed, as well as the borrow limit. And this is calculated based on how much you deposited and how much you have borrowed from the protocol. And if you ever want to be able to withdraw your collateral or what you've deposited, you first need to repay any outstanding debts, as well as any loan interest you've accrued on those debts, and then be able to withdraw from the lending pool. And so that's another safety feature that we maintain to keep the protocol in check. Now, insurance on Delta is not exactly insurance. It's more something known as risk transfer. And this is something unique that we've developed for this hackathon. Basically, it's exactly as it sounds. It's a way to transfer risk. We effectively pool assets from two different third-party protocols. So if we were on Ethereum, this would be RBO Compound. And we thus allow the users to split the risk of the collateral behind their tokens into two different tranches. If any of the third-party protocols suffers losses during this insurance period, those losses are borne by a particular tranche holder. We are thus able to effectively split the redemption rights into riskier and less risky versions, and thus allow the market to determine the fair risk premium in line with the user's expectations. A lot of jargon there, but basically what happens is during a certain campaign period, anyone can deposit collateral into the protocol and effectively try to split the risk. And what happens is, after this campaign period is over, either governed by DAO vote or the owner of the contract can basically invest all the proceeds that were deposited into the collateral, that were deposited into the protocol previously, and pool those assets into two different tranches. And so after that campaign period is over, we divest all the proceeds along with any interest that we may have earned as part of lending that out as collateral. And finally, users are able to redeem their initial deposits along with any interest they may have accrued on a pro rata basis, depending on how much they've initially deposited into the protocol. So I'd highly encourage you to go through the GitHub repository It explains restaurants better than I could possibly do in the time that I have to record this video, but that's it with Delta. We offer lending, borrowing, and risk transfer on the Triton testnet. Thanks very much for watching. Have a nice day.
All right, so, wait. Andrew, do you got any thoughts on what we just heard? Nah, go ahead.
Hi, just curious, is the team here or?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'll just draw my comment. I like the protocol style that they define the risk in different tiers. But I think as investors, I would want to know how they plan to bootstrap their liquidity. I think that's the problem most of the new DeFi projects, especially lending protocol, will face. If they are clear on what the ecosystem can bring and or what their token economics are planned to incentivize users, I think that would be quite interesting. Thank you.
That's what's up. Oh, we got another one. You can pass it down.
Just a comment for the project. I think the on-ramp thing is a good problem solver for what they call legacy institutions. But also, I think they should also do more investigations on what the traditional finance institutions are looking for in the finance world, especially with fixed rate lendings and borrows. Because if we still rely on AMMs, and there will be no true fixed rate lending, and I'm not sure the traditional finance will park a big chunk of money out here.
Appreciate that. All right, we'll keep it moving. So we got Peppercorn Finance in the building on site. So yeah, we got a mic for them. Yes, sir.
Why is this upside down?
Visual effects.
Okay, I feel like I should talk like this. So, all right. Hi, friends. How are you? How's everyone? Has everyone eaten already? Like, everyone looks kind of sleepy. So, yeah, there you go. I love it. I love it. So I have a question to start off with. That way I can make everyone awake since everyone here is in blockchain. Who has had trouble either opening a bank account in the past or has had like a bank account shut down or, you know, a bank account say, hey, like no crypto? Raise your hand. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, there's you. There's you. There's you. So effectively, I got to get the clicker. Hold on. There you go. Oh. How do we do this, guys? I'm pressing right on the clicker. Oh, there you go. Oh my gosh. So, going back into banking, right? Just in the last 2 decades alone, there's been 600 banks that have been shut down. Isn't that crazy? Like you thought your money was safe and it's not, right? And that's part of why some of you are probably in blockchain, right? And if you also look at the solutions to opening bank accounts, I'm talking about opening bank accounts both domestically and internationally. If you've ever opened a bank account internationally, you know how hard it is, right? You have to go through a bunch of laws and regulations. There's language barriers, right? There's also a ton of middlemen trying to take your money. It's like, hey, like I can help you set up an account in Singapore or Hong Kong or in the Cayman Islands for $3,000. Right, I face many of those issues myself, and many of you are also international, so you know how painful it is to start a bank account here in the United States. You know, I had an account with Silvergate, right, and Signature. Both of those banks failed, by the way. And you know, it took me 4 months to get those accounts set up, and you know, Signature had the shittiest interface in the entire world. I'm like, how can you call yourself a private bank? Right? And I have to sign up for those accounts because they're crypto friendly. And that's one of the biggest things that we're facing here, right? Unless your name is Elon, right? Opening bank accounts is just really, really tough. right? But at the same time, there's a huge demand for opening bank accounts, right? Like even in the United States alone, right? A third of assets in the US are offshore. That's huge, right? You're talking trillions of dollars. And the offshore economy in, say, Switzerland or Swiss banks, massive, right? And even if you look at like businesses and enterprises, over a third of businesses are trying to diversify out given what's happening to Silicon Valley Bank, right? And I mean, can you imagine Silicon Valley Bank, right? Like the government bailed them out, yes. But can you imagine what would have happened if the government didn't bail them out, right? Sequoia would have lost $1 billion, right? All the startups here, maybe some of you would have lost all the money that you raised. That's crazy to think about. And so for me, that's a big part of what I'm working on right now is just simply this. We're trying to just make opening bank accounts really, really easy. That's it, right? Both domestically and internationally. And there's a ton of benefits to that. If you look at opening bank accounts, right, there's the first immediate benefit is you get diversification. If you're in the United States, you get diversification in terms of having a ton of FDIC insurance. Right now, you're insured for $250,000. But what if you have more than $250,000? You need to open 20 bank accounts, 30 bank accounts, you know. And besides that, there's a ton of maybe tax benefits. There's also a way to, you know, like separate your different finances. And that's a big part of what we're trying to do here with the platform. And so on one side, one of the features that we're building out is making it easy for you to open bank accounts. So, you know, I take Pat's information, his social security number, his passport, his address, right? As I intake that information, I want to reuse that information with the banks that I've developed relationships with to open multiple bank accounts within just a couple of clicks, right? And that should already be simple enough to do, and yet no one has done it. And it's because it seems like a scary and daunting task, right? And on the other side, this is what I'm most excited about. So one of the features that I've really, really thought through is this idea that I want to also give people privacy first banking, but at the same time, staying compliant with all the rules and regulations that exist in the United States and around the world. And so on the left side, you see this kind of multi-use KYC compliance layer, right? And so when Pat opens a bank account, he can open a bank account anywhere. He can open 10 bank accounts, 20 bank accounts, right? By virtue of these banks being compliant banks, right? His accounts are also compliant. They're KYC passed, they work, right? And there's sort of no regulations against Pat opening 100 bank accounts. But on the other side, what we're doing here is we're basically creating this kind of wall where on the, as far as our software platform that we're building, and this software platform is simple. Just think about it as like, you know, like a Gmail, but for banking, or like, you know, a more relevant example is like Proton Mail, right? It's end-to-end encrypted and it's built in a decentralized manner. And there's a reason why I didn't use the word blockchain in any of this, just because I'm also pitching this to investors, and investors are kind of skittish about blockchain right now. So, but on the other side, you have this kind of safety deposit box as well, right? And this safety deposit box is also allowing you to store both documents as well as Bitcoin, Ethereum. And when you really think about it, right, it really is a different way to think about banking, right? Like, because your email inbox is effectively also your bank account if you know, at the most technical level, right? The bank itself is just the interface that you're using and the compliance layer and the storage, right? So what we're doing is we're effectively combining it. So, you know, you're able to go in and access your multiple bank accounts, however many you have, transfer money across different layers, and be able to do banking in just one step without having to have 20 different logins, right? And I can tell from just doing a ton of user surveys that, you know, the average person has 3 bank accounts. And in fact, probably 95% of you in this room have more than 1 bank account. I can tell you that much. And so you probably manage multiple logins. You probably manage multiple 2FAs, right? And I'm not even talking about the crypto exchanges you're on. So, you know, so there's a ton of that. There's a need for a ton of that, right? And one of the ways that we're thinking about making money is beyond just creating bank accounts. We're thinking about over time, as we acquire the relationship, as we acquire the user, we can start adding value-added services, offering value-added services, whether it be reporting whether it be credit cards, interchange. And that's going to be basically our business model. On one side, you have bank accounts being open, right? We're going to charge $5 per month per bank account. And then there's a couple of other different revenue streams that will build out over time. That includes things like interchange fees, interest on deposits are really, really important, FX fees, and also eventually fees on investment products. Now, if you look at it from that perspective, right now, I started this project about 3 weeks ago, around the same time this hackathon started. We have about 1,000 people on a waiting list. And this is just from all the things that, all of my sort of immediate network. With 1,000 roughly high net worth individuals in the mix depositing $100,000, you can kind of see where this will go, right? And in the banking space, we sort of use a 10-year LTV because banking customers are incredibly sticky. Now, one of the most surprising statistics that you'll hear today is that, do you know that when you actually open a bank account with Bank of America, for instance, the bank's LTV, like as in your value to Bank of America over the course of 10 years, the LTV is $3,000. So Bank of America is making $3,000 off of you by signing up for a bank account. And that's part of the reason why they're giving you $300 signing bonus, right? Because their LTV is so high. Now, a big part of what we kind of think can happen is, initially our target market is going to be first, high net worth individuals. There's about 50 million of those out there around the world with a net worth of over $1 million. And we think these customers will bank about $100,000 with us in liquid net worth. And we think through being able to provide value-added services, we'll be able to get their LTV to be as high as $10,000. Now, this kind of LTV is very similar to the LTV of, say, like a bank like Mercury, which many of you guys might have heard of. Their LTVs hover around $10,000 per customer as well, right? They're a unicorn, multi-billion-dollar business, which is 100,000 customers. And if you really think about also the problem that we're solving, right? If you look at a company like Plaid simply became a unicorn just by solving one problem, which is, hey, when you sign up to pay, they make it so that you don't have to pay using your account number and your routing number. You simply use your login. And that became a $12 billion business that Visa offered to acquire for I don't know how much last year, right? And so in a similar way, we're doing the same thing, right? Except instead of like doing ACH and back-end processing, what we're doing is we're just simply making it easy, frictionless for people to open bank accounts around the world. And I think by doing that, I think what we're effectively doing is we're building all these highways, right? Now, when a business wants to bank, they can set up accounts very, very quickly, right? And I even talked to the CEO of Mercury, and one of the things he said was, hey, like the way that we became successful was we made it super easy for businesses to open accounts online, right? And so effectively, we're doing something similar. Now, my background is diversified. I've been investing, I've been trading, and more recently, I've been throwing a lot of parties at my house. And this is relevant to what I'm doing because this is relevant to what I'm doing because my first customers are going to be high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals. And on my end, over the course of the past year and a half, I've gotten a chance to nourish these relationships by use of events and throwing parties at my house. Last party at my house, I had Sergey Brin. I had the co-founder of Twitch and the co-founder of Reddit as a DJ at my house. The co-founder of Mercury, a couple of angel investors, tier one, like VCs. And so for me, as far as fit into what I'm doing, these are some of the relationships that I've built over the past year so that I can work on this. With that said, I'll go ahead and take questions, comments, concerns, and the guy over there with the sign says I have 3 minutes. So that's it. Thank you so much.
That's what's up. All right. My guy. All right, Mio, we got some comments from you coming through. All right, where's
First, I'm really impressed by your high energy in the afternoon of our Saturday. And I like your idea, the project's idea, but I can tell it's like super early stage and you just have it three weeks ago. And I'm very interested in the blockchain technology part, how you use this technology into your idea. Because I know there's a pinpoint of the US banking registering account and also is not stable and is not reliable as before. So more people probably will think about, right, this, the crypto way. But how you use technology to integrate with this into our system. That's my first question. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as the platform is concerned, if you're going back to the sort of the most technical slide in the deck, a big part of what we're thinking about is, on the platform side, we're allowing for people to just kind of utilize the end-to-end encrypted platform that's being built in a decentralized manner, right? Again, I wish my co-founder was here to, help with this, but he got sick today, so he couldn't be here, but he'd be able to explain to you a lot of that stuff, being built. And again, as far as chains are concerned, we're looking at a couple of different chains. We've been talking to the Filecoin Foundation. We've been talking to a couple of other zero knowledge technologies in the space. Again, a big part of what we kind of realized too is yes, crypto and blockchain is really important. I mean, I've made my money in crypto investing as well. But at the same time, when it comes to the overall technology, we want the technology to kind of fade away in the back. Right, and we wanted to power this whole thing, right? So at the end of the day, right, when a user uses our platform, there's no sort of crypto and blockchain that they see, right? They're not scared away. They're just kind of simply doing regular banking, just like everything else. And over time, our goal is to open up the platform so that other people can build on top of it as well. And to answer your question, we have an MVP as well that we wanted to show, but again, Brendan's not here today, so.
Another mic that we can pass, that's not necessarily the one or not.
I'm happy to share.
Go for it then.
Oh, another one.
Thank you. Another question is, talking about your go-to-market strategy. Are you thinking about some country, maybe in developing countries, and when, the registering to the bank is difficult, or you are also thinking about US and some of the developed countries?
I mean, I think one of the things that I think in the beginning, when I think it was Kuhn that was opening, he was saying, hey, when it comes to places like Argentina, right, it's very, very difficult to have a stable banking relationship just because the political environment is so volatile.
Yeah.
And that's one of the benefits that we're trying to, also utilize is we're trying to offer this to many customers, right? Initially, it's really expensive to offer this kind of offering to, someone who isn't, I guess, a high net worth individual. But over time, we think we'd be able to kind of do that, beyond just an initial market of 50 million people, right? We can see this being offered to, a target market, that's underserved, for instance, right? Like making it frictionless and easy, because over time, the costs of opening bank accounts are going to just come down. And the analogy that I always use is, if you're a US citizen, right, it's pretty straightforward for you to open a bank account here, and you would consider that to be inexpensive. But imagine someone coming from China trying to open a bank account here. It's really, really difficult, right? And very costly in terms of time. Right. And so, there's almost like an opportunity there, right? Like when things are difficult, you can kind of come in and make it easy. And so we imagine the cost of also, opening bank accounts to come down, and therefore being able to offer this sort of offering to many, many other people besides a small segment.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, great.
Absolutely. So yeah, we'll keep it going. Just kind of keep the flow.
All right.
So Jimmy, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Now we got Newlink, their video, so we'll see what they got going on.
Good day, everyone. I'm Danny Nelson, the co-founder and CMO of Newlink Network, a company on a mission to provide privacy-preserving technology for decentralized applications. Today, I'd like to start with a story that underscores the importance of our work. In 2020, a Finnish mental health startup named Vastamo suffered a severe data breach. Over 25,000 people reported receiving ransom demands, threatening to expose their mental health records. This incident had devastating impact, especially on the affected teenagers. In recent years, these kind of unfortunate incidents have only escalated. Such breaches occur primarily due to two reasons. Centralized data storage in plain text, which once hacked leads to total data exposure. And the fact that data access rights are often handled by service providers, making them vulnerable to internal leaks and system vulnerabilities. Now imagine a world where we could secure sensitive data more effectively and allow users to control their own information. Newlink offers endpoint encryption with smarter access rights and management. We encrypt data before it reaches the database, ensuring that even service providers cannot access the data. Newlink provides a single API layer, allowing users to access our cryptographic core and blockchain solutions. We aim to make our APIs accessible to all developers across different applications. For instance, we provide APIs for the MongoDB database platform, which have been downloaded over 240 million times. Our solution is out of the box, community-based, and offers endpoint encryption and access control. We build Newlink on a community and token economy, and users can implement our solution for free. Our system is built up on 5 layers: the application layer, cryptographic layer, storage layer, blockchain layer, and watcher layer. Each layer plays a crucial role in ensuring the smooth operation of our system. Our Newlink agent and API services allow users to use PRE sharing without needing to understand the PRE process. We provide a complete user-oriented PRE service and offers an SDK for developers to implement their business processes. Our key management system, KMS, runs on a decentralized nodes cooperating with different blockchains. Currently, we can deploy to BNB chain, Polkadot, Solana, Near, Heco, and Platon. And we plan to expand to more ecosystems in the future. We're excited to announce our cooperation with Nautilus ecosystem to provide data encryption and privacy services. We aim to bring our services to various parties within Nautilus, including DeFi, SocialFi, GameFi, NFT, cross-chain, DID, D-Storage, Oracle, AI, and social media. We successfully launched our testnet, Horus Network, in the last quarter of 2022. In a short time, we managed to generate 3,500 nodes and 49,000 users, which is a testament to the potential of our platform. At Newlink, we are fortunate to have a dedicated and talented team working towards our mission of making data security accessible to all. We are also privileged to have guidance of our esteemed advisors, David Nunes, the CTO of NewCypher, and Jeffrey Dwan, a professor of applied mathematics at the Department in Illinois Institute of Technology, and they have been instrumental in our journey. We are backed by some of the best organizations in Web3. Our investors include Binance Labs, Cypher Ventures, X Network Capital, and Maven Capital. Thank you for attending today. To conclude, I'd like to show you a 3-minute video demonstrating the capabilities of the Newlink agent.
What is Newlink agent and why do we need it? In the modern digital era, the significance of securely storing and sharing electronic data and files has increased due to their diverse and valuable nature. Newlink Agent is a robust, web-based, decentralized wallet and file encryption tool that ensures data security and privacy with its proxy re-encryption or PRE scheme. It provides a secure interface for storing and sharing files, making it an excellent choice for dApps in need of secure file storage and sharing capabilities. Now, let's see how we can use it. To begin, let's open the File Transfer dApp that incorporates Newlink Agent. Click the Agent button to connect NewLink Agent. Create a NewLink Agent account in the Agent window. Now you gain the ability to explore the repository of files stored by other users. To securely store your own files, go to the DApp interface and click on the Upload File button. Select the file you want to upload, and the NewLink Agent will prompt a confirmation window. To access files shared by other users, go to the DApp and find the Request the File option. Clicking on the Request the File option will prompt a confirmation window in the NewLink Agent. The file owner has the power to approve or reject your request by clicking the Review Request button in the Incoming Request section. If the file owner approves your request, they can click Submit. This action leads to a confirmation page in the NewLink Agent where the file owner can pay the service fee. Once your access request is approved, you can proceed to download the file securely. This will prompt the Request Decryption Authorization screen in the NewLink Agent. After successful decryption, go to the download page and start downloading the file. Congratulations, you have now received your encrypted file through the NewLink Agent. The NewLink Agent stands out from traditional encryption methods due to its exceptional features. 1. Robust and decentralized encryption ensures maximum and continuous data security. 2. User-friendly access control allows convenient retrieval and management of files with ease. 3. Open source transparency fosters trust and enables independent verification of the system's security.
All right, so, shout out NewLink. So now we go, to Coral Finance. They're also, video, so, let's see what they got going on.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yusra, and I'm delighted to be here today to introduce Coral Finance. I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this prestigious Boundless Hack competition, where we proudly secured our spot as one of the top 25 finalists out of 160 projects. So Coral Finance is a premium trading-based derivative trading platform, one of the top 3 DeFi protocols and the first derivative platform built on the innovative Nautilus chain. Our mission is clear: to tackle the challenges of creating sustainable DeFi liquidity and capital efficient markets through our convenient premium trading mechanism that would tackle the liquidity trinity. So the liquidity trinity problem has 3 key challenges to tackle that really hinder the growth and attracting sustainable liquidity for DeFi protocols. As Coral Finance, we plan to address these issues, and the first issue is mercenary liquidity. In the past, liquidity providers were primarily motivated by short-term rewards, resulting in frequent migration of resulting in capital migration. Whenever a better incentive scheme arose, liquidity providers would take their capital and move to the other protocol that are going to provide a better incentive scheme. So this lack of loyalty and sustainability proved to be costly, leading to token devaluation and an unstable ecosystem. So to combat this challenge, in Coral Finance, we have developed a solution to provide sustainable liquidity for DeFi protocols. We go beyond short-term rewards and implement a premium trading mechanism that incentivizes liquidity providers to stay and contribute to the growth of and stability of the platform. So by aligning incentives and rewarding long-term commitment, we foster a more loyal and thriving liquidity ecosystem. So the second challenge we tackle is the inefficient utilization of capital. So traditional liquidity provision in automated market maker EMM systems require multiple assets, which exposed participants to price volatility and limited capital efficiency. Recognizing this inefficiency, Coral Finance has introduced the premium tools where users can deposit single asset as a collateral while enjoying a diverse range of trading activities. We believe this innovative approach will optimize the capital utilization, minimize the risks, and enhance overall market efficiency. So lastly, we address the issue of expensive incentives. Traditional methods of incentivizing liquidity provision often involved costly schemes and the issuance of native governance tokens, leading to token inflation. At Coral Finance, we are committed to providing cost-effective incentive scheme that is more sustainable, that encourages liquidity without compromising the value of the project tokens. Our premium incentive mechanism, PIM, leverages price differences to attract users and liquidity, creating a win-win situation for all participants. Moreover, we have exciting plans to introduce additional products alongside our premium trading mechanism. This includes the C-token derivatives lending, virtual V2 of the premium pool, staking and farming, and also our Coral Box. The Coral Box, which will revolutionize the whole way of how projects are really conducting the public sale. So providing users a more engaged and enjoyable experience. So while the app products is currently on the testnet phase, we have a vibrant community that is ready to participate, and we eagerly anticipate the launch into the market. We express our gratitude to all of you for your attention and for providing us with this opportunity to participate in the Boundless Hack competition. So to sum it up, Coral Finance is a disruptive force in the DeFi world. Our mission is to overcome the liquidity trinity problem by providing sustainable liquidity, efficient capital utilization, and cost-effective incentive. Thank you all for your support, and thank you for giving us a chance to participate in today's session. And we look forward to the exciting journey ahead with the Coral Finance.
That's what's up. Shout out user from Coral. We'll keep it moving. So on site, we got Buff Network. So we got Alan Morales. So shout out Buff. Let's see what they got going on.
Hi, how's it going? Just want to say thank you guys for having me over. I'm really excited to be here. First of all, my name's Alan. I'm here on behalf of Buff Network as a market manager. And today we'll be going over our platform and our vision. So let's get it going. Just want to start off with a graph here. We're a decentralized exchange that is relatively new, which explains why we're only accountable for 2% of the trading volume, while centralized exchanges account for 98% of trading volume. Now, let me mention some negative aspects of a centralized exchange. They tend to lack on control, privacy, as well as transparency, and they also tend to have higher fees than a decentralized exchange. Now, on the other hand, a decentralized exchange have control of funds through a digital wallet, as well as smart contracts, and there's no third-party involvement, which makes it easier to trade and faster. Now, let's go over the daily trading volume. As we see in the chart here, we can see that Binance has the highest trading volume at $130 billion. One of the reasons for that, it's their variety of cryptocurrencies that they have in their platform. It's the third page. Fourth. I apologize. Yeah. So yeah, going on. They also have high liquidity and global presence as they're available all over the world. Our goal is to aim where they're at the moment, and we have the infrastructure to do so. Now let's move on to the features of Buff Network. Buff Network aims to bridge gap, allowing for decentralized transactions. Now, we also have an unique PvP AMM model that bypasses standard financial intermediates. The transactions are safe and traceable, which makes us unique from other platforms. We also incorporate risk management, enhancing reliability. Last but not least, we have a cutting edge technology that enhances and facilitates trading. Now let's go over the core business of Buff Network. So traders are influenced to participate directly in a peer-to-peer derivative. Its profits and losses are managed within a self-contained system. It also has insurance to fund and cover all users' assets. Now, our plan to cross-chain will increase adaptation as we look to expand to other chains. Now, the trading procedure is pretty simple. Let's say you wanna trade 10 USD. You may do so, but with the 10x leverage. One of the reasons for that is that the minimum trading volume is 100 USDT. Now, if you want to use a lower leverage, you may do so by having a higher collateral. For example, you can use 200 USDT as collateral with the 5x leverage. Moving on to the product. So Buff Trade advantages enhances trading experience and adds security through the centralized exchange and centralized exchange and integration. It also attracts users who value speed and productivity, as well as those who don't prefer uncomplicated trading, such as people that are new to trading. We also offer the lowest trading fees out of all platforms. Let's talk about our rewards. You see, Buff Network engages users in crypto activities that offer immediate token availability. It also encourages participation, leading to a demand and value of our Buff token. Now let's move on to our security. It's an on-chain security that leads to lower risk profile. We also adapted white hat hackers and audit organizations to reinforce the accountability and as well as the transparency. Its assets, vault, security strengths, and stabilize our platform as well. And we'll go over that in a sec. Now let's go over the P&L pool. The initial liquidity comes from the official who puts the first initial liquidity. This gives us commitment and confidence in our network. Now, when there's a lack of liquidity, we offer Buff tokens, which can be swapped for USDT when there's enough liquidity in the market. Now, Buff tokens are rewarded, and you can trade them, like I mentioned, for USDT, or if you want to keep them, you also earn interest on that. Now, you can also trade Buff tokens to open positions as well. Now, how does, oh, sorry, I apologize. So let's talk about our competitor products. Oh, yeah, we're still on to, I apologize. So question number 2, what can Buff Network do when there's a lack of liquidity in the P&L pool? Users receive Buff tokens as mentioned, and how does Buff Network deal with a situation when there's a long-term liquidity shortage? So we have a special asset vault that offers users liquidity when sorry. So the initial liquidity, I apologize. So it offers users liquidity under extreme circumstances. And we usually get them from the Buff Foundation as well as the repurchase tokens. Now, how does Buff Network control its risk exposures? It limits the maximum orders placed by a user as well as the platform positions to control risk exposures. Now let's compare our product. So we're going to compare our governance token to GMX and GNS. So we have a perpetual contract as well as GMX and Gains, except GMX also has a spot contract. Our LP token is not required as we have a high capital utilization compared to GMX, who run on a negative production due to GLP. And Gains also has a high capital utilization, which results in a high systemic risk. Now, our P&L management mode is introduced through our BPP-AMM, which is a combination of Buff binding and P&L pool. Now, our governance token is provided through 40% foundation, while 50% of that is through, sorry, I apologize. Sorry, so going back to the topic. So we use repurchase tokens to reduce supply and circulation. We have a total supply of 100 million, and 40% of that is through NFT mining. IDO Foundation and team remain on a 15% average through our governance token, and 10% is through staking, while 3% is venture capital and 2% advising. Now let's talk about our NFTs. We currently offer two NFTs. Sorry, it's getting hot in here. I apologize. So we offer two NFTs. We have a King NFT, which the supply equals to 10,000 NFTs. We also offer a club NFT, which has an unlimited supply, and a daily. They also have the same daily staking output of 5 Buff tokens. Now, both of them are supported through BNB chain. Now, for the King NFT, the trading volume, when the trading volume exceeds 4,000, it doubles the release all the way up to 20 tokens. And for our club NFT, we usually stop at 16,000 trading volume, and we release 40 NFT tokens daily. Now let's look at our product display. We will be launching on November or December, but we're definitely going to launch by the end of the year. So let's look at the roadmap that we have here. In 2023 of June, we went online, BSC Public Chain went online for a 1-month platform testing. Now we hope to launch across the chain of Arbitrum and Sui Network by September to October. That's one of our goals that we tend to not forget and work upon. Now, at the end of the year, we have a target of 50 billion USD. The financing amount equals to 100 USD, while the valuation is 20 million USD. Now, our vision is to be the largest decentralized service with the largest community and a customized automatic market maker. Thank you.
That's what's up. All right, so we got Peter. You got some comments out there?
Thank you. Yeah, that was a good presentation. Just a quick comment. So I think with the industry of computing, there's a lot of competition from both centralized and decentralized exchanges. And with the business you're in is pretty prone to market cycles. So even the biggest exchange could fall, and every cycle there are new exchanges coming. So I would say instead of focusing purely on the trading aspect, also see and identify a core value, core competency you guys want to build on. Okay. Whether it is user friendliness or ease of access or user experience. Just a couple of different ideas to think about. And after you found that, I think rest will be much more easier for you guys to kind of focus on and build on. Just a quick comment, so that's it.
Yeah. Thank you for that comment.
All right, for sure. So let's keep it going. So we got chip 3, zero coding Oracle service. I think they're doing a video in a Zoom, so see what they got.
Now, I want to present our submission for Stanford Boundless Hackathon. Our product is called Chip3, Zero Coding Oracle, and this is a video. Before I start, I want to say a few words about our team. Our team is called Depland. There's currently 2 members in our team. My name is Dima. I'm a smart contract developer and team leader. Here with me is Sergey.
Hello.
He's a Java developer for our team. We're based in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. We're an experienced team for developing blockchain tools. Nice to meet you. And check our website for more info. It's on the screen. Our product is an Oracle. Solving the Oracle problem is a modern day issue in which blockchain protocols and the smart contracts can't fully trust the data they receive from third parties, from outside the blockchain. Blockchain oracles solve this problem with a set of validators, and each of them is responsible for correct answer with his staked money. Still, existing oracles such as Chainlink and others solve this problem only partially. You still need to authorize, you need to register with the authority and request data feeds that you need. It's not a fully open market solution. The decentralized way of doing things is to provide a service that can make Oracle profitable and trusted for all parties without including any centralized authority. And the third thing is that entry barrier in Oracle development, or if you need some feed for yourself, you need some data. The entry barrier is really high. You need to understand how Oracle works. You need to be a developer. You need to be expert in graphs and directed acyclic graphs to create price feeds or some other data sources. How can our product help? Firstly, our product has a low-code feeds constructor. It means that you can create the feed or task for yourself. It can be created right in the web UI of our Web3NL service without much knowledge of coding. Second thing is that account management. You don't need to register in our service database or something. It's full on chain. Your journey starts with just depositing gas and tokens, and you're free to use existing data feeds, consuming the info from smart contracts, or you can create your own feeds and start using them. And also, there's no barriers to create new feeds. So you don't need authorization. In our protocol, you can create a new task and just set a fee that validators nodes will receive. You don't need to go through any authorization. Let me show our demo app that we created for this hackathon. Here's the main page. It's just a landing page. Next, you can go to Feed Explorer or just click Explore. And here you can see a list of existing tasks. These feeds are real feeds, data sources that take the data from external sources. And if you click one of them, you will see that in these feeds, for example, this feed is named current weather in Dubai. And if you check it, you will see that it already updated by validators. It updated constantly. And each validator provides its own answer. These answers are precisely exact, but it's not always the case. And this feed gets price for Ethereum, and it updates it in real time. All these validators are real nodes, and we created them with our product. Next, if you want to go to account, my account is your account where you can deposit your tokens, your gas, make allowances to existing feeds. So you can use feeds and pay for them for the usage. Okay, there's a faucet for test tokens. It's only on testnet will be faucet. On the mainnet, of course, your tokens will you will need to buy them. Okay. If you want to deposit something, you just click, and if you have a Venom wallet or other wallets that are supported in Venom chain, you can make a transaction to deposit your money. The third, so this is your account management, and you don't need anything else. And also you have a task studio. This is a constructor where you can describe your tasks fully from name. Here's my name, feed. Next, you can choose a consensus. For example, if it is medianized, then validators will medianize the answer. If it is precise, then only precise answer will be accepted. If more than half validators are not having the precise answer, the consensus will be failed and validators will be slashed. Then you can check trigger. Trigger is a type of task. Some types are updated constantly, some may be updated on request or on some schedule. And then the main part of the constructor is that you can specify what actions this task do. To make an example, I can import one of the existing tasks. For example, this is a task for Dubai. It's a very simple task. Here's the HTTP request that it makes to open API that provides us weather. Then second action takes results of the first. It parses it with some JSON path. Here it is. And then final action multiplies it to get a precise number without any digits. Then you can verify if this task is really good and run it. That's test run. And if test run is good and it's successful, you can deploy it to blockchain with your wallet. That's a simple demo of our app. If you want to check more throughout, you can check our submission, our GitHub, and our video for submission on DoraHacks. There is much more about this. Also, we have a big docs. We're currently working on Venom. In overall, our product is compatible with TVM blockchains. So this is a group of blockchains that was derived from
Stone project of Telegram. There is 4 of them that we currently support, or almost support. We currently support Venom and Everscale, and soon will be compatible with Stone and Gosh. If you have more questions, you can check our docs page. We have through our docs for our UI and our GitHub with contracts and node code. And check our DoraHacks submissions for architecture and many things other. So thanks for your time. I think it's a great hackathon. Thank you for all judges. Thank you for your time and goodbye.
Awesome. So I think we got Hyden saying some words.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Great, thanks. Thanks for the presentation and also the demo. Obviously, a Oracle service is a crucial component, especially for protocols that are on the rise, for Venom, for Tom, and whatnot. I have one of the team members in close contact with TL Network, and I understand they're doing a bunch of stuff and definitely in need of an Oracle service. My question for Chip 3 is that is about the positioning of your project. I'm also an investor in Pith Network, the Oracle, and I found out during our collaboration that the coding part for any projects or applications or DApps requiring a Oracle service isn't that big of a problem given the on-staff developers. So I'm wondering for the special feature on no coding Oracle service or build up or calls, who do you plan or who are you imagining to be your core user? Is it going to be the DApps or is it going to be the users, or what would be the use case for your product?
Okay, I think, of course, it will be useful for DApps, especially, for example, perpetual DEXs that are using Oracle prices highly and other decentralized products. And the second thing is all developers and all services that want to automate their contracts or making something on schedules, making subscriptions, services, making recurring payments. There are much usage in this, and all the services want to use more available Oracle that you can try fast prototyping.
I see. All right. Thanks for your answer.
Appreciate that, Agent. Yeah, let's just keep it pushing. Really appreciate your guys' time, Chip 3, and I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens. So now we got Rewards Bunny, or a video if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see what they're all about. Shout out Rewards Bunny. Familiar with them.
Hi, I'm super excited to be here at Boundless Hackathon in Stanford. Thank you for having me. I'm Jackie, CEO and co-founder of Rewards Bunny. Before we jump into the demo, I'm gonna just quickly review why we built Rewards Bunny. So basically, Rewards Bunny is what we like to call an crypto rewards app. And what does that mean? It basically means that we show you with data on how you're shopping online and help you earn rewards using our unique algorithm for rewarding engagement and spending. Rewards Bunny is helping you optimize your finance through crypto in a fun and engaging way. And we built this to make it simple for the larger mass to use and understand crypto. Okay, having said that, let's jump right into a demo now. Our app is available on Apple, Google, and major browser extensions. And with Rewards Bunny, you can earn cashback rewards on more than 1,000 brands. You can also use our browser extension to track your shopping activities and automatically earn cashback rewards. And if you want to withdraw your crypto rewards, you can do so through our various partners. So let's discover what are the stores that we have. We will automatically filter based on the countries you are currently based at. Right now, I'm currently based in Singapore, so it's showing me all the brands that I can earn my cashback rewards with. And let's say if I'm based in US right now, I can just choose my country filter to North America, and it will show me all the brands that we have in the US. And we're also constantly adding more brands every week. And our users can also suggest any brands that they want to add to us, and we'll try our best to add them in. So here comes the best part. If you want to book a trip with Booking.com, all you need to do is just click here and we'll automatically direct you to booking page whereby it shows that we are in a partnership together. And if you have our browser extension activated, it will show you that this booking session is being tracked. And all you need to do now is just book your trip as per normal. When you go back to account and click on cashback activities, we will show you what are your recent shopping activities you have done and also the sites you have visited this month. This shows you my earliest session when I click through to Booking.com. This is another amazing feature that we have. So let's say if you want to buy something from eBay.com, you key directly into the browser. So our browser extension will prompt you to activate your cashback so that you won't be missing out on any rewards. And even if you just do a Google search, and let's say you want to find like hotels near Stanford University, our browser extension will also prompt you which are the sites that have cashback available for you if you book through those sites. Once you have cashback confirmed, you can go over to the overview to see how much rewards you have earned so far. And you can choose to withdraw your available cashback through our partners in crypto or via PayPal if you want regular cash. Because cashback need time to confirm from brands to prevent chargeback and frauds, we can essentially work with Nautilus chain to stream cashback payments right after shopping activity is done. While cashback is our main feature, we also have gift cards for users to purchase directly with crypto. The functionality is very much similar. And let's see where to purchase a gift card in the United States. And for this example, we choose Stanford. We're showing how much cashback we get in sterling, and for the key, we can get up to 3% cashback. And we can look at how we use this and what's the best information. So all you need to do is just add that and check out the At the checkout page, all you need to do is just make the payment, and the gift cards will be sent directly to the email, and you can use them right away. And due to the limited time we have, this is just the tip of an iceberg of what we are. Happy to take this offline to chat more about Rewards Bunny. In conclusion, Rewards Bunny is a simple and convenient way for the larger mass to earn rewards and get started on crypto. If you would like to have a chat together, feel free to ping me on Telegram or Twitter. Thank you for
I think there's there should be a light with it, right? Hello. So let me start with this question. How many of you have experience being hacked or scanning the page? Or you know someone who has been hacked or page or scanning whatever. Raise your hand if you have personally gone through security. It is some of you.
Okay, and that is the problem we're trying to solve. So okay, a little bit about the Demystify Network platform. You know, it's a threat intelligence platform. So what we do is we track almost all accounts on Ethereum, and we track more than 400 million accounts, and you know the list continues to grow. We track millions of social media posts all around the
guest house, and we check what those addresses, and the reference sources from where you can get a decent signal, for that there are likely to happen, so that it will protect, repetition and then that we will. You want the right screen?
Yeah, I'm pressing up. Hopefully it should take it, but. You got me? Okay, thank you. So basically we expand through our channel partners. We have a partnership with Chainlink so that we could deliver risk scoring for smart contracts and on-chain. And I'm a mentor at Stanford Blockchain Accelerator. We are signing up deals with MetaMask. So very soon you'll be able to see some of our scores on the MetaMask. We have ties with Incal Protocol and others. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm Vishal, and my co-founder Jay, he's in Netherlands. Hopefully he's able to see it right now. I'm not sure. But we have vast experience in product development, generally speaking, and in fintech as well. I finished my cybersecurity specialization here at Stanford last year. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So why is threat monitoring required? What is the problem we are really trying to solve here? If you look at these blockchains, and they are pseudonymous in nature. There's no KYC. Anybody could, come in and create an address, create an account. They're borderless, they're permissionless, which means there is no central authority where you could go and say, hey, somebody is doing something wrong, take him out. No, you cannot do that. So that's where, and that is the reason why it's an ideal breeding ground for bad actors, that they just love this pseudonymity because they could hide behind. And end result, you would see billions of dollars lost in hacks and scams, and more importantly, there is Web3 companies who fail to protect their users. They also get penalized by regulatory authorities. Next slide, please. Thanks. So how does demystify network help solve this problem? There are multiple layers by which we do that. The most important one is this anti-money laundering algorithm to trace down these illicit funds. So we could actually figure out all the incomes and expenditures and trace down illicit funds down to every cent. We trace every address and we kind of tag them as either sanctioned or if they are involved in any other illicit or illegal activities, we kind of tag them. And ultimately we give a risk score, but it's not that you just have to rely or believe on our risk score. You could actually go a little, we give you enough information so that you could decide for yourself whether to trust this risk score or not. Like in this particular example here, you could see like incomes and expenditures. In this particular case, this particular address received from Coinbase, from Tornado Cash, and it's just not the direct transfer, it's also the indirect transfer that matter. So we could trace down, all sorts of money laundering attempts if they were attempted. Next slide, please. Thank you. There are obvious benefits like, it improves user loyalty and trust. There's brand reputation and asset security that increases for Web3 businesses, but more importantly, legal risk also reduces. There are obvious benefits of, paying attention to security in general. Okay, here's the example. This is something we already built with MetaMask, so you would very soon be able to see these features inside of MetaMask by September. And in the example here, you could see this evil swap, which is like a bad actor trying to lure user into doing some sort of malicious transaction and take away their money. So as soon as the transaction is initiated within MetaMask, you would see this threat intel that you see there. And if you look at it thoroughly, you would see an account detail, the destination account, and it says that the risk score is really, really high. Why is that so? Because it's OFAC blocked address, as you can see there. The additional intel is that it's Tornado Cash and it's an exploiter. It has been involved in exploiting related activities. There are no specific social media reports, but there about 16% of the funds received or sent by this address, they are illicit in nature. And that's the ML algorithm being able to trace it down. Just not that, it also tells you where the incomes were. And if you look at the incomes, they were either from other exploiters or gambling related gray area accounts. And by the way, this is like actually on the Ethereum mainnet. So it's not like sample data or anything. This is directly from the Ethereum mainnet. Next slide. Yeah, this is an example of another address where, it's not a banned address, and there is no additional intel from on-chain, but there has been reports from social media that's claiming that this is a pretty high-risk account. There's not even much illicit fund involved there. But then when you look at the incomes and expenditures, you could clearly see why somebody flagged it on social media. The address has been dealing with lottery, gambling, and few other, gray area related addresses, and that's the reason why it's flagged as high risk. Next slide. And comparing it with some of the existing players in this space, I think one of the key differentiator for us is the fully autonomous AML algorithm, which can detect all these financial crimes, either on chain or off chain. And it's not like there are many tools where you kind of log in and then go and click the addresses and trace down the funds manually. This is all happening fully automatically. Social media threat detection lets you monitor all social media and tie it back to the on-chain addresses. The response is really fast. We have the ability to trace down probably hundreds of thousands of addresses and probably millions of transactions in less than 5 seconds, and we could come up with a very reasonable score. Score customization. So we give enough details so Web3 businesses could actually decide to come up with their own score depending on their needs. It's not like we kind of force them to believe on the risk score that we give. We do give a risk score just to make it easier for them, but it's really up to them if they want to use it or they want to come up with their own algorithm on top of it. Currently, we don't have a multi-chain support. We started with Ethereum. We would gradually expand to other EVM-based chains, and then depending on the needs, we may expand even further. And that's all I have. Thank you for listening. I'm open for questions.
All right, so we got Agent over there again.
Looks different. Hi, Ashal. I'm Hygiene. I'm the investment lead at MEXC. And I have a couple of questions. Some of you already answered. So from what I understand, this type basically tracks the funds movement as well as the social references to identify potentially risky accounts, and that warns you before you interact with it, right? Question about the funds flows. What happens, or what's your response, or what's the product's response if some funds went through centralized exchanges or centralized protocols for basically a long run?
Yeah. So let's say ultimately some bad actor ended up converting the funds to fiat currency, or from fiat currency brought it down to this route. But then those exchanges either become income sources or expenditure sources. We can trace it down to there. But then, at that point in time, somebody could choose to pick up that particular address, involve authorities, go to centralized exchange, and actually get more information, because centralized authorities usually have KYC. So at that point in time, the person can be completely de-anonymized, and he could be caught.
Right. So basically, you can say, okay, we traced every step before you guys, and that was problematic.
Mm-hmm.
Now we'll bring this to you.
Yeah.
Are you going to cooperate with us? If you don't,
yeah,
haha.
That's
There you
right.
go. Great, thank you. And a different question is that in the very beginning, you were asking how many of you or friends got phished before. One of my friends got phished by clicking on the link that called a contract to her address, and she just didn't review the code and authorized basically everything on that account, and a couple of apes got taken away. But anyway, point is that is there any consideration into expanding our service into reviewing the codes when you interact with not only addresses
part of the contracts?
Yeah, so the pattern that we have generally seen is when someone is trying to fish, they try to look legit, but behind the scene, there is an address that is involved in malicious activities. Or it's really new and automatically its risk score would be a little higher. So when we show the if you can go back to that MetaMask screenshot. So before the user approves the transaction, the user has the ability to review all the details, review the risk score, and only if he feels comfortable, that's when he says approve. So and when you're reviewing that information from within MetaMask, that is something a scammer or fisher cannot change. And MetaMask is one platform, but then we would try to engage with every channel partner wherever users are interacting, and we would try to deliver the same level of threat intel on whatever platform they're using for transactions. So there will be other wallets, maybe OpenSea and everything.
Okay, so your approach is basically like how in the traditional work, how they enforce ML laws. Basically, we're looking at the ultimate beneficiary owner. So whatever you do, whatever the front end is, whatever the contract you're interacting with, if the beneficiary owner, the ultimate one behind the scene is a problematic one, then it still prompts service. Got it.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Great.
All right, appreciate it, bro. All right, let's keep it moving. So we got Glacier Network now, their video. So put up for demystifying.
Hello, everyone. My name is Akwana, co-founder at Glacier Network. And at Glacier, we're building a modular, dynamic, and scalable NoSQL database for large-scale decentralized applications. When we're doing this on top of permanent storages like Array, BNB Greenfield, and others that we hope to integrate with in the future. And what we're trying to bring to market is data composability with the hope that it's going to solve the challenge of both decentralization and data insecurity, the lack of scalability and capacity, and also the challenge of single point of failure for solutions utilizing Web2-based databases. Our solution involves how we modularize and decentralize our network, and we use the KRLOps to achieve this. And then we have the data monetization, whereby users that create data sets and data models on Glacier monetize this data set, that this data for financial rewards. We have a 3-phase architecture. The first phase, which is array-based, utilizes the array block database storage consensus paradigm, and this ensures decentralization and security of the data stored on array. As you can see on the diagram, we have a data network, and then we utilize that to batch files on array. The second phase of our architecture shows how we utilize the KRLOP to generate 2 sets of data. Once the data comes through the database engine, that is the Glacier database engine. So you get 2 proof, the block proof and then the block data. So the block proof, we use L1 settlements like Ethereum and BNB chain to store this information on chain using explorers. And then with data block, the block data, we use permanent storages like Array and BNB Greenfield to store this information. And then this can also be proven on chain using the various applications on this individual permanent storages. The phase 3 shows how the Glacier network actually works. We have 3 layer phases. The first layer shows the L1 settlements and permanent storages, how they relate. And then the layer 2 shows the database metadata rollup. And the layer 3 shows the scalable data network. And layer 3 integrates and interrelates with the ZK rollup on this front. This is basically the overview of some key concepts about Glacier Network, and then the protocol architecture overview. And then some of the key concepts about Glacier is that we're modular, dynamic, and scalable, NoSQL structure, large-scale on-chain adoption with ZK rollups. And then we've actually built some permanent storages like Array and BNB Greenfield. Users, developers, projects can build their data sets on Glacier in just 1 single minute. And just to mention, we have our product currently live on testnet, and everybody is welcome to interact with it and feel free to give us feedback in our Discord channel. Some key features about Glacier: we're trying to be scalable, secure, interoperable, and then immutable. So we're trying to create a network that is data resistant. Once users create databases on Glacier, this information can be said to be secure, scalable, interoperable across different L1 storage and then permanent storages as well. The competitive advantages with regards to Glacier and the existing competition in the space is to look at some key features. And one is the data monetization, that's spoke about briefly, where users can create data models on Glacier. Once this information gets some real world value, the user or the project or the team can actually exchange this data set for some financial benefits. And also one important thing about Glacier is the fact that we have multiple permanent storages. And this is something that our current competitors don't have. Some use cases for Glacier, we're open to teams to actually integrate the different Web3 projects, in the space of blockchain gaming, Web3 social, data NFT, and data monetization space as well. And we have certain use cases for our tokens, and one of the most important is the node and data node staking incentives, where users can stake their data to run those for Glacier. This ensures the decentralization of the network. And then we have the governance and revenue sharing, access institutional service, whereby users can interact with the Glacier network using the GLC token as its basic unit of accounting. The market opportunity for Glacier is we look at the move towards centralization that started things 2 or 3 years ago. Where we see an opportunity for Glacier is the NoSQL database market, which is predominantly led by MongoDB and other Web2-based solutions. We believe we can create a niche in this space especially for Web2 or Web3 applications, and then we can try to own a little piece of the market as possible. The addressable market is we try to get token-gated service assets, database maintenance and management fees, and data marketplace trading fees. Our go-to-market strategy has been one that has been quite interesting and it's been very, very fruitful. We kicked off with our ecosystem where we got integrated with them, we got connected with them, and then we got a massive amount of boost in terms of the collaboration with all the projects in our ecosystem. We've got a number of partnerships. We've been live on several Twitter spaces, and then we're well established in the ecosystem. And then in the space of time, the program has been live roughly about 6-7 months now. We've actually put together our product is currently live on testnet. We've been invested in several hackathons and contests and bulk bounties as well. And we've got a number of users interacting with the network. Currently, we have about over 30 key wallet addresses have interacted with our testnet, our product on testnet. And they will have over 242,000 transactions so far. We are involved with a lot of Web3 promotional endeavors, like attending in real-life events and conferences as well. The team was at Denver a couple of weeks, some months ago. And we have been doing a lot of partnerships in the last couple of weeks where we've been improving the branding of Glacier Network. One of the most prominent partnerships we've done was with Untitled domains. And this integration brings about the very clean experience with the users on Glacier. So instead of having the long string of Ethereum wallet addresses, users can have like a very clean domain name that gives them the very good experience by utilizing the product. The team is 100% Web3 native. We have a very strong background in various projects and companies. And we have over $600 million in fundraise and asset management across our careers. And we're excited to be bringing about the better visibility to the Web3 space. Thank you.
All right, shout out Glacier Network. So we'll keep it going. We got DeFi Board Options Exchange. I think they got a video and a Zoom, so we'll see what's up with them.
Hi, this is Vin. I'm the founding member of DeFi Board Option Exchange, or DBO for short. DBO is a decentralized exchange offering options on cryptocurrencies. As it is not that intuitive to understand a competitive landscape for decentralized exchange, so I want to quickly explain 2 key concepts before really talking about DeBo. Firstly, what is a clock and why moving a clock onto a blockchain is challenging? Clock stands for central limit order book. It is something like the photo on the right, and you should be familiar with it if you monitor the stock market. It is a data structure that combines incoming orders, buy or sell, and rearrange them according to certain matching priorities. It needs to facilitate a match when all the conditions are satisfied. Clock is widely used in traditional exchanges. It offers liquidity at scale and high matching throughput, such as one buy order can be matched with 1,000 sell orders. Moving a clock on-chain is challenging for two reasons. One is a technology. Maintaining the data structure as if in the traditional exchange is almost not possible. Another one is economy part of it. Even if we can develop such a data structure, then data rearrangement will cost us a huge amount of gas fee. And the same is true for clients. They might have to pay a lot of gas fee and might end up just not participating in such a new market. However, people can fix this issue, and we are able to bring a clock on-chain. We'll talk more later. Second concept is AML. I won't focus too much as I'm talking to crypto experts here. Basically, AML is a substitution for clock in the decentralized space. Let's move on. This is our conviction, and we want to make a statement here about the importance of options for the futures of crypto. As part of the crypto community, we love to see more and more institutions joining the space. Once we are in, they could have influence with regulation. It could be positive, look like to trigger further the adoptions ultimately. However, to bring in institutions, it's a must to have a liquid futures and options as a risk management tool for them. Looking at those figures, we could say crypto futures is developed, but not crypto options. It's very, very tiny as of now. So underdeveloped options is the bottleneck for higher adoptions from institutions, and we need to fix it. We understand that option is going to be big, but the question is on which platform, decentralized or centralized? In a series of negative events happened last year, we observed that institutions are actually turning more and more attention to decentralized. And the lesson learned was simple. If it is centralized, then it must be regulated and endorsed by regulators, or else decentralized but safe and secure. Now let's take a look at the decentralized universe. You might think it's crowded with over 300 names. However, the majority of them are focusing on the spot market. So what next? Only about 10 names are doing crypto options. Among the 10 names, DeBo is the only one who is comfortably able to meet the demand of retailers and institutions. DeBo has three very strong selling points. First one is that we fixed the challenge of moving a clock on-chain, as I shared earlier. Secondly, by the way we design our option product, we simplify a complex margining process for options so that one, the option seller finds capital efficient, at least comparable to centralized exchanges. Two, option buyers will find zero counterparty risk. This is proven by MEC. Three, we strictly follow Web3 principle. We don't own users' token or assets. Thirdly, it's really about our team and our location. Asia is among the best countries or regions for crypto right now. Next up, I will walk you through a quick demo. This is our DApp main page. You can see we are logging it right now as we are preparing for our rollout. We just completed our first airdrop last week, and it's well received by the community. We plan to do so more in the future. Also, just note that we also have mobile version for iOS and Android. Users can start installing those apps now. For demo purpose, I'm going to use an internal page we are using for testing. However, it's identical as live. On the left of this page, you can see the list of underlying markets I consider my favorite. However, if you want to see the full list of markets we plan to introduce an option on it, we can expand the section here. Now let's take a look at it. Usually the first step for users is they want to view the underlying markets in terms of price, in terms of traded volume. Then they can visit the second tab. And for advanced users, if they want to see the implied volatility or the surface to see to price the option and to see whether our option price is fair or not, they can visit the third tab. And remember, this is derived from our own market. It is not coming from an external source. Now let's go back to the option chain. For this particular expiry, 7th of July or next Friday, it's pretty standard. We have two sections, one for call, one for put. And each row here is one option for a specific strike. And let's say I chose this call. And if I want to see the order book, how does it look on chain? You can visit the second tab here. You can see that this is pulled from on chain. However, it looks identical like a normal order book in just an exchange. And assuming I'm happy with what I'm seeing, I want to submit an order, you can go back to order submission. And the graph here is the payoff of this call option, depending on the price of the underlying on the expiry date. And if you're happy, you want to submit an order, there are a market and limit order, and it's pretty self-explainable. There is a trading guide on top here as well for new users, or those who want to have a tutorial, they can click on that. At the bottom of this page, there are 3 tabs: open orders, checks, and position. Let's take a look at the positions. This is all the positions I am having under my wallet. And this is just a page for display convenience for the users. It doesn't mean we hold the token of the users at all. The last point I want to mention is we replicate this infrastructure. However, we use our own stablecoin and we call it Debo Academy because our own stablecoin has no monetary value attached to it. We give out free the paper money, the paper currency to our students, to our new users who want to experience our platform in a live or mainnet environment before putting in their real money. And last, I want my team, my full team, to introduce themselves and show their face.
Hello, Stanford. This is David from Sydney.
Hello, Stanford. I'm from Vietnam. Welcome to DBOE.
Hello, Stanford. This is Lily from Jakarta. Welcome to DBOE.
Hello, Stanford. I'm Kevin. I'm from Singapore, and this is Nicole.
Hi, Stanford. Jonathan from Singapore here. Welcome.
Debo, the futures of DeFi options.
All right, shout out DBOE. So we got time for one question. We got Pat. You got any thoughts on that?
First of all, sorry, I had a little bit of a hard time, hearing the presentation, but I did have a question. Like, what would you say is the biggest difference that you guys have compared to other competitors already on the market that leads to greater capital efficiency? So I understand kind of like how the technology works, but I'd love to kind of, just hear in your words, maybe be a little clearer.
So, is that a question for?
Yeah, it was a question. Yeah, could you explain just kind of outside of like the options designs, like could you explain like for you like what sets yourself the most from your competitors in terms of bringing in better capital efficiency?
Sure. Yeah. So I think our core value propositions are summarized in 3 key points. So the first one is about the technology. We are among the very first few teams who are able to bring in a plug on chip, right? And we understand the technology challenge and also the economy part of it. And secondly, the way we design our options, we make sure it's there's no or zero counterparty risk. And the option specification, as I'm coming from that space, like talking to institutions, I understand what they want. So probably we are the only one out there who have confidence to deliver something that institution they want, and also for the retailers as well. So that's our second key selling point. The third one is about the region and the fee. So I want to talk more a little bit more about the second one. So imagine in a trustless, decentralized environment, how do you offer leverage? If you don't trust me, I don't trust you. or there's no trust element needed. Those are fundamental difference between us and our rivals who are trying to offer leverage in trustless environment, because I think that inherit a risk, and we don't do so. So the way we are doing is very different. For the option seller, it's fully funded. So, and for the option buyer, there's no counterparty risk there. And what we are trying to do is really to make sure for the option seller, it's still capital efficient, and make sure at least it's comparable to, let's say, other decentralized exchange.
I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
No
All right. Appreciate that, Pat. So let's go to project number 15 of the day. So we got, we doing stand? Or stand? Yeah, stand. That's, where's the project at? All right, cool. Yeah, we got Rui from stand, and we'll see what they got going on. You got a mic?
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ray. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Stand. Thank you so much for staying here so long today. So first, I want to check how many of you guys have been here before? Like, is that your first time here today? Please, hands up. Oh, thank you so much. You know, like in this fair season, it's a great pleasure to be here today. Actually, it's my third time to be here. So the first time I came here, I met my husband. And the second time I came here, I had my Stanford graduation dinner. So this is my third time here. I have my career here. Yeah, so thank you so much to witness my career hopefully take off today. Okay, so Stand is a project that has been incubated by Stanford University and all of my professors and connections here. So we are building this learn-to-earn platform to level up the blockchain skills and help the learners to stand out in the Web3 career through the AI power. Yes, so we want to solve basically two problems for the candidates and employers. The first one is, you know, like 2 years ago at Stanford, there is only one course that is available, only one quarter for the students, that is CS251. Maybe now there are more courses, however, that is far from enough. So we want to have Stand to educate the courses at our platform. And secondly, for employers, you know, for employers, they need to pay a super high price to find the Web3 developers and all these talents. So we also want to help them. So the Stand solution is affordable, variable, and practical, which means the learners at our platform will learn to earn the skills and tokens. And after they graduate, they will get their skill sets verified and also get a job with our employers. Lastly, our courses are actually guided by the market. So, you know, like, for example, at Stand, I paid lots of money to do the learning here. And after graduation, you know, because my background is from the graduate school of education, you know, it's quite difficult to really find a high-paying job to pay off my debt or pay off my tuition. But that is, you know, that is not employable, right? However, why I started Stand, you know? So this Stand is actually the platform to help users to upskill and reskill themselves. So, you know, for Stanford, that is a top-down university, which means the university offer whatever they they want to teach to the students. However, for STAND, we are a bottom-up DAO education system, which means all of the demand is actually comes from the candidates and the employers. The DAO members, they will stake in the tokens to propose and vote for the learning contents. And also the supply comes from the module-based learning from all these educational organizations and industrial leaders. So, and also we really appreciate the help from Professor Dembonnet of his CS251 course. So our current existing 21 courses are actually extended and based from his course. So after all these graduates from our platform, you know, they will have a decentralized resume, which means all of their courses and their skill sets will be proved on chain, and they have this decentralized resume. And after that, our STAND platform use the data-driven matching algorithm to match all these graduates with the employers. And then lastly, you know, how we showcase their skill sets, that is the NFT. So let's speak more about this soulbound NFT. So, you know, like at LinkedIn, someone may be the co-founders or someone can do Solidity. Who has to say for this? That's the owner itself, right? The owner itself creates all this LinkedIn profile for himself or herself. But who is going to verify their skill sets? LinkedIn doesn't do this, right? So what if that's a spam? What if that is like an evil guy who wants to do spams or whatever, right? So their skill sets or their background is actually not verified. So with our soulbound NFT, you know, whoever that learns our courses and passes our assessment, all of their skills will be a social proof showing by our soulbound NFT. And secondly, for the employers, so the employers actually purchase our NFTs to get the recruitment and also the employee training services. So our go-to-market strategy includes 3 parts. We are building the DAO with different university blockchain clubs, different developer DAOs, and different projects. And also we are going to build our DAO-based learning. And last one is partnership with the Web2 enterprises and also the Web3 employers. Yeah, and our business model comes from 3 parts. And the learners come to our platform to learn for free and get all this support, but they need to pay for their diploma NFT. And then the second and the third one comes from the enterprises. So currently our stand has been socially recognized by different hackathons like Binance, and like today, we are very lucky to be in the family today. So, and currently we have 21 social initial courses. Can you click on that? Yeah, thank you. So we have all these courses. Can you click on this one? Thank you. Yeah. So all these 21 courses are actually based here. Yeah, and I'm going to show you an example, like the blockchain fundamentals for dummy. That is actually developed by our internal STAND Academy. Can you click on this one? Thank you. Yeah, so the course includes 4 parts: the course overview, the course syllabus, the AI course co-pilot, and the assessment of projects. So we are actually AI-powered edtech platform. How do we really utilize the AI power? I can show you the example for this one. Yeah. So we have another link that is here. So for the first course, Blockchain Fundamentals for Dummy, we actually have a specially designed AI course co-pilot, which is 7-Eleven 24-hour service for our students. That can hugely save the education costs for us, and also specialize for the learners. For example, for this course, you guys have used the ChatGPT, right? Yeah. So for this course, that is the very similar ChatGPT experience, but specialized, and all the data has been curated by our internal team. For example, the first course for For that, maybe we can just ask a random question. Can you click on it? Oh, yes. So it will just generate answers for the users. And whatever questions that is related to this course will be answered by this course co-pilot. Yeah, thank you. Let's go back to the slide. Yeah, and the next. Yeah, so for our EdTech platform, we are heavily utilizing the AI power here. So the AIGC, as you know, like nowadays we can use the text to generate the pictures by like Midjourney or Stability AI, right? So for us, we are going to heavily use AIGC, like we are using AI to generate our course content, to even generate our course videos. And secondly, as I showed you, the AI course copilot, and that's one is our machine learning recommendation system. So currently our roadmap is we have finished our initial launch for our courses and also build our partnership with different DAOs and different projects. And in the future, we are going to focus on our community building, our official launch, hopefully by the end of this year. Yes, and this is my team. All of team are like from Stanford Graduate School of Education, Business, and Engineering. And yeah, and lastly, if you guys are interested in our project, you can follow us on Twitter and also can connect me on Telegram. Yeah, feel free to ask me any questions. Thank you.
Awesome. So any other judges? Charles. You got it. You got it. Go with the mic. You want it?
Hi. Well, thank you for presentation. So my question is, what kind of skills you think is different for a candidate to have in Web3 space compared to traditional non-Web3 workspace?
Thank you so much for your question. Yeah, actually, that is the very first topic we target our users, right? What we want to provide for our candidates. For that question, that is programming, like blockchain programming languages for sure, like the Solidity, the Move, or different, like Rust, all this developer job, that would be the top priority there. And also follow up on that, we also provide skill sets for like product manager with Web3 expertise, or like the infra, all this infra developers. Yeah, that would be the first one. Thank you.
My second question is, sorry.
Sure, yeah.
What can you do to prevent other, higher agency or existing educational platform to do something similar, to have their own training program, to issue their own certificate NFTs? What makes your team so unique about this?
Thank you.
Project?
Yeah, so first I want to rephrase the prevent. We want to be the partners. Yeah, so actually we want to build a partnership with all these so-called competitors. So that is like a win-win there. And secondly, because all of our content providers are not just like Stanford professors, like Dan Bonet professor, are actually both the content providers coming from all these universities, all these like academic providers, and also the industrial leaders. For example, someone who is like an experienced Solidity developer can definitely be our educator at Stanford. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to say you're building something awesome. And I think that if you haven't talked to the University of Ethereum yet, you really should. They are also creating an AI version of their education for Ethereum onboarding. My question for you is mostly, I guess, in terms of long-term scalability, have you kind of thought about if this soulbound NF or the soulbound token can go outside of just education? Like, could this also, if I'm someone who's Web 2, who's coming into Web 3, but I am like I'll give random ones, like I collect rocks or like I collect fossils, right? Could I also own assets in those and have those weighted so that when someone wants to build on top of this, that they able to recognize that weight?
Your question is
So,
like,
yeah, think of hobbies, extracurriculars, like could those also eventually have weights for employers? And could those employers, let's say like utilize the data by themselves without having to use like your formula?
yeah, thank you so much for your great insights. I think, like to be a good candidate or employee, actually, that's not just require their like hard skills, like programming or whatever. And the soft skills is actually very necessary, right? For example, someone who can join a company because their culture is for hiking or their culture is like collections, right? So I think all this like soft skills proof can actually be taken into consideration for our future roadmap. That's a very good insight there. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, okay, so first of all, yeah, great presentation.
Thanks.
So my question is, so I recognize that the platform is built on chain, but besides that, is there some particular reason why you picked crypto education? Because this platform could be used to educate for like anything, right? It could have been like AI education or something else. And I figured you'd want to basically educate for whatever market's the biggest, right? In terms of what people need to be educated for. So like, why did you pick crypto?
Very good question. There is a long story behind that. But long story short is because my background is from the Graduate School of Education. So there was a graduation party for all the teachers, the educators in our school, right? And there was only one male student there telling, like at the very first beginning, he was telling this story to the rest of the females, while the rest of us know nothing about crypto. Like the gender differentiation there. And also I feel that at that time, I feel so like passionate. I feel so urged that I need to do something for like the crypto education, especially for women, for minorities, because to my understanding, the knowledge monopolization is actually the future, like, like how they differentiate the social class, how you differentiate the wealth. Yeah, that's what I understand is like, I need to do something for the crypto education, for people who have less access to this field. Yeah, do I answer your question?
All right, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ray, appreciate it, and awesome project at Stan. So let's kind of keep the ball rolling. We got Vibe, Social-Fi, they got a video and a Zoom. So Flyer when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Dan, one of the co-founders and CEO of Vibe. I graduated from Stanford in 2008, and since then have spent the vast majority of my career in small, scrappy startup environments. I have over a decade of product-led growth with consumer-facing applications, delivering solutions to tens of millions of people globally. And I'm very excited to be working on Vibe with my co-founders, Mitch and Steven.
Hi, I'm Mitch, one of the other co-founders and chief strategy officer of Vibe. I graduated from the University of Wisconsin in May of 2022. But during that time, I was working at New Order full-time and spent a year at New Order where I was leading a lot of the research efforts there and worked amongst a number of projects before starting Vibe.
Hi, I'm Steven. I'm the other co-founder of Vibe, as well as the director of engineering. I went to UCLA. Since then, I have worked on a number of different projects. Most recently, I worked on a project called Flycoin, where I developed solutions on the Polygon network and as a full stack developer. And yeah.
Prior to starting Vibe, I was working on another project that had the vision of enabling better end user experiences as a result of mapping metadata onto tokenized assets in your wallet. I was pitching this project to New Order as part of their accelerator program, and Mitch was on the other side of the pitch. And what resonated most strongly with Mitch was the delivery of better end user experiences. Mitch reached out to me and shared some of the research he had been doing around account abstraction and the desire to build a better wallet experience. In our first conversation, I stopped Mitch midway through his presentation and shared that he should not build another wallet. Instead, what Mitch should do is look at the infrastructure and the technology that is now available and ask, what can we do now that we could not do before with respect to the user experience? That first conversation sparked many others. A few weeks after that, Mitch left his role at New Order, and around the same time, we started looking for a technical co-founder, and we're lucky enough to find Stephen. After the very first conversation with Stephen, Mitch and I knew he was a perfect fit for the team and what we were trying to build. After that conversation, we knew Stephen was the guy that we wanted, and he's effectively been coding 16 hours a day, every day since then to get Vibe to the place where it is. We're very excited to share with you where Vibe is currently at.
Stephen and I are going to walk you through a demo of the application. We built Vibe to be the simplest, most secure way to use your crypto. In order to do that, we need to solve three factors: onboarding into a fully self-custodial account, discovering new activity, and then actually using your crypto in beneficial ways.
So this is our onboarding flow. We have the user enter their phone number, which will be used to uniquely identify them. Next, they confirm their phone number, enter their name and username. So this is where we secure your account. We partnered with Portal to generate users' MPC wallets. The first step is to generate 2 signing key shares. One of the shares will be stored securely on the user's device, and the other one will be stored on Portal servers. The next step is to generate 2 recovery key shares, as well as a decryption key for these recovery key shares in case you lose your phone or break your phone. The decryption key will be stored in the user's iCloud or Google Drive, and this enables users to easily recover their account without any sort of seed phrase or private key. So this is our deposit funds screen, which allows users to gaslessly deposit funds into their smart contract account. We partnered with Wallet Connect. We work very closely with them to create a mobile compatible environment. So in the video, it shows Alpha Wallet, but we have since added MetaMask, Rainbow, and Trust Wallet. Something we're adding soon is cross-chain deposits, which will be added this week. You'll be able to deposit from any chain into the Polygon smart contract wallet. Any deposits made from Polygon will be gasless.
So that covers the onboarding. Let's get into the application. What you'll see now is me sending a simple transfer to Stephen. The transaction is submitted and now it's pending. You're utilizing Biconomy's SDK batch transactions module to allow for that one-click transactions. But we're also utilizing an on-chain paymaster contract, which allows us to facilitate gasless transfers in the transaction submitted on chain. Next is swaps. We are also using batch transactions for swaps to allow for one-click swaps. We're also utilizing Biconomy's token paymaster in the near future to allow users to pay gas fees in any ERC20 token of their choosing. And once again, shows up on my social feed for other users in my network to see.
All right, thanks for that walkthrough, Mitch and Stephen. We also wanted to provide an update on our marketing and partnership efforts, as well as our traction and where we plan to take Vibe in the near future. Over the past 2 months, we've increased our focus on go-to-market and have significantly increased the amount of impressions and engagement that we've had on Twitter. From a partnership standpoint, we have a lot of exciting things in the pipeline. As a start, Biconomy is providing FICO token as a reward for users that are participating actively within the Vibe application. We are also cross-posting multiple thought leadership pieces with LeFi, our bridging and DEX aggregation partner. Mitch's previous employer, and our advisor, New Order, is hosting a founders interview with the Vibe team, this week. And we are also integrating with Motherboard, which is a DAO tooling provider that will have a dedicated call out for Vibe accounts within their application and give users the option to receive payment for DAO services that they provide directly into their Vibe smart contract account. From a traction standpoint, we have over 150 users in the app and 2,000 users on the waitlist. We grew 100% our first week out of closed beta, and we continue to grow as a result of the partner marketing efforts that you saw above. We have generated $140 in revenue from swaps thus far. 60% of Vibe's users are in North America, and interestingly, 30% are from Indonesia. As we continue to onboard more users, we expect the distribution to continue to diversify. You can see in the chart below that as a result of coming out of closed beta and beginning to engage more openly with our user base, we doubled our users and we over 6x our transactions within the application. When we set out to build Vibe, we wanted to create a simple, friendly financial solution and do so with crypto. One of the things that we want to continue to lean into in the future is providing a financial solution without the bank. Specifically, we believe that finance is a social activity. We're building an anti-bank on blockchain rails. We're providing financial services through protocols and smart contracts. And specifically, we are connecting people, liquidity, and opportunity globally. As we think about the functionality that we want to implement in the near future, we are starting by making Vibe's social feed more actionable. The feed currently powers discovery, and we want to enable action based on inspiration as soon as that inspiration hits. So soon, users will be able to swipe left on a feed item to reveal more detail about that particular transaction, as well as swipe right to replicate that specific transaction. Further, we are going to include recommendations within the social feed. Following that, we are going to launch group payment support, as well as a module for financial influencers, which we are very, very excited about, and leverages the ability to replicate actions to an even greater degree. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present Vibe as part of Stanford's Boundless Hack. We appreciate the time and consideration, and we look forward to vibing with you soon.
That's what's up. So shout out to Vibe. Stan, do you have any thoughts on that? We got time for one question, so.
Hey, I think SocialFi is definitely one of the verticals that could potentially bring the next billion-dollar user. You are thinking about how do we expand the user base of Web3. Right now, Web3 is still, majority of the users are still not really get onto the Web3, any of the Web3 platform because of the functionality of the Web3 or if there are any actual utilities. It's mostly for speculative value. It's mostly people are here after quick money. But I think, you know, either SocialFi or any of these functionalities that bridge the actual value add that people use in everyday life, bring the functionality from Web 2 to Web 3, that would be the fundamental driving force that brings the next billion user onto Web 3. So I applaud you for the effort in bridging that. On the other hand, I think still right now, the overall use case for Web 3, the wallet, the usability of the wallet is a barrier, is a sort of pretty high barrier of entry, though, you know, the seed phrases and all of that, still very hard to use. And I think how to make user onboarding relatively easy to use and how to make it in terms of the value add, easy for the user to understand and to see the, the difference and the fundamental value offering that are different from a traditional social file. And also like speculative value is still a key component. It's not something that we should avoid. And instead of, avoiding it or using it as an only factor, use it as a stimuli for the growth for social file. I think that's very good. I applaud you for the effort. So well done.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And yeah, everything you said resonates very, very strongly with us. And glad to hear that, what we shared kind of landed because, exactly as you described is what we are working to accomplish.
That's what's up. All right, guys. So really appreciate the time, and we'll see what happens at the end of the event. So let's keep it pushing. So we got a Wonder game. I think they got a video on. So
thank you.
We'll see what's going on with them.
Thanks, guys.
There's Kat Lucci, I think.
Ladies and gents, esteemed VC, OG, and judges, thank you for this opportunity to present Wanderer, the groundbreaking game that will reshape and revolutionize the future of Web3 gaming. Wanderer is the first ever survival Web3 game, available on both PC and mobile. At its core, the game offers players thrilling adventures, epic monster battles, and incredible rewards. While optional, our NFTs provide enhanced attributes, equipping players for even greater successes. By embracing Web3 and blockchain, we deliver an irresistible combination of free-to-play battles and potential earning fund leveling up. Inspired by our beloved Rootz-like game, Wanderer presents a unique turn-based RPG experience. Imagine the thrill of Xbox CEO Phil Spencer's favorite game, Wanderer Survival, now transformed into an immersive Web3 mobile adventure. In Wanderer, player controls a captivating character. Your mission is to engage in intense battles against monsters and bosses as you progress through each level. What sets Wanderer apart is the ability to upgrade the attributes and weapons in and outside the game through the unique acquisition of in-game NFT. Surviving until the end of each level offers a tower defense experience with added freedom of movement. Our early success speaks volumes. Till today, a snapshot of our data. Hundreds of holders, 2 blockchains, 8,000 gameplays, and 2,000 individual plays. 1 live stream, 11,000 Twitter followers, and 250 Telegram gamers, all achieved in 2 months since project day 1. It marks a testament to the vibrant Wanderer community. The sale of exclusive King Arthur NFTs to the first 111 holders has garnered a phenomenal community. These holders are privileged for the first batch of beta gamers. Enjoy exclusive advantages and unique experience. There are a full roadmap in our Medium. Please do check it out. Accessibility is the key strength of Wanderer. The beauty of game design is easy to get in, yet hard to master. Leveling up strikes a balance between luck and skills, perfectly complemented our in-game NFT purchase system. By enticing gamers with the allure of acquiring powerful items, we create an environment where enjoyment and thrill of killing go hand in hand. Wanderer go beyond expectations, offering a rich, expansive experience with more weapon and attributes combinations, unlocking after level 30. The possibilities of gameplay become even more personal. Our framework is leisure, Rootz-like cultivation, and fast gameplay, and the integration of in-game NFT projects break through the traditional revenue limitations, offering a true unique monetization model for the project. We say RPG game mirror life itself, and Wanderer is real life. with experience and weapons qualified as valuable resource, whether inside and outside game, experience upgrades skills, like crypto RMs becomes a better version of yourself as a life warrior. At the end of each round, players' experience and wealth will increase together and motivating them to strive for a greater achievements without feeling spending real money. In Web3, we are seeking three types of individual: OG gamers, airdrop hunters, and billion-dollar optimists. Fun tip, Survival.io achieved an annual revenue of 200 million US dollars and ranked #1 in App Store. It is a Web2 version of Wanderer, right? Joking. Wanderer is not just a game. It's a visionary leap into the future of Web3 gaming. Join us this extraordinary journey of creating a billion-dollar game and redefining the Web3 gaming landscape. Thank you. And here we go to the real gameplay demo. Here we go.
All right, that was Wonder Game. So shout out Kat and yeah. So we'll keep it pushing. We got Tree Cave right now. They're on site. So we got Steven, the CEO and co-founder. I'm going back. Okay. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Did you know that over 90% of the users on content creation platforms are not making any money? My name is Steven Chen, co-founder of TreeCave. Our mission is to give every person the power to make a livelihood in the digital world. Today, on traditional content creation platforms, content monetizations is the biggest problems for nano content creators and digital community builders. It is extremely difficult for nano content creators to monetize from creating content in less than 3 times a week. A good example are the macro influencers on Instagram. Only 10% of these influencers who has over 10,000 followers are really monetizing. Another problem is for digital community builder, the experience is awful to monetize from building a thriving digital community. A good example are the organizers on subreddits who build successful subreddits and digital communities but do not get anything in return. Ideally, every person has something unique about themselves. The future of content creation platforms should help spread each of their uniqueness to the world and help them monetize easily. There are 2 trends to the future. Where solving this problem will create tremendous values. The first trend is Generation Z becoming the major working force of the world in 5 years. Over 56% of this population reported that they prefer working for themselves, which will result in a growing need for owning their own businesses in the digital world. The second trend is AI, replacing most repetitive jobs. That will result in people finding new alternatives to make money, which will in turn result in a growing need for people to build profitable digital organizations. This is the Apple moment of the UGC industry. Just as the IBM did not see the value in personal computer that Apple saw, the traditional content creation platforms did not see the values in nano content creators. We think differently. 3K allows nano content creators to build decentralized, autonomous, user-generated content organization, DAUGCO. Together, where nano content creators can collaboratively create content and collectively share revenues generated from the DAO ensured by smart contracts. How it works is what we call DAO as a service. As a content creator, as a nano content creator, you have to stake wiki tokens, which is our native currency, to become the shareholder of a DAO of your interest. As a shareholder of the DAO, you have a couple of obligations. The first is that you are responsible to create content and contribute to building the DAO with other nano content creators. The second is that you're responsible for moderating content that gets posted in the DAO. Lastly, you are responsible for making decisions to issue membership NFTs for the DAO. Most importantly, every shareholder owns a portion of the revenue generated from the DAO. So how can a DAO monetize? There are 3 ways. First is through membership NFTs. Each shareholder, in return of their stake, will get a membership NFT. This value of their membership NFT will rise with the growth of the DAO they're building. We purposely designed this mechanism such that the content creators and community builders can benefit and fully capture the value creations of their contribution to the community. The second is ad sponsorship. Outside advertisers will be able to use our services, decentralized services, to find and transact with the DAO of their need. Third would be selling digital assets. Shareholders will be able to use our decentralized services to create digital assets with their digital services embedded in them and sell them to users to make revenues. Wow, awesome. There are three essential elements to TreeCake. The first is contribution. The contribution point system is extremely important for us to reward the true contributors in the ecosystem. The second is socialization. 73% of the Generation Z has reported that they have suffered from loneliness. That's become one of the biggest problems for my generation. That's why our mission is also to build a meaningful digital community for the future of our generation. And the third is gamification. For massive adoption of blockchain technologies and onboarding users from Web 2 to Web 3, it is extremely important to make the onboarding process more fun, more engaging, and more rewarding through gamifications. Let's watch a demo of TreeCake. Welcome to TreeCake. Let's register an account. Right now, users are able to register an account using the traditional way of using their own personal email to enter the password. Very nice. On this page, you get to select your interest. Let's go. And right now, you have the option to connect your own wallet, or you can generate the wallet by TreeCake. Awesome. Once the address is generated, you can check it in your wallet screen to check the details of your address on Polygon, as well as seeing your digital assets that you may have in your wallet screen and the number of weekly tokens you have. Awesome. Let's create a cave. Essentially, a cave is analogous to a DAO as well as a digital community. You can select a picture for your DAO. Let's create a cave for Web3 hackathons. Now, join us if you are passionate about Web3 hackathons. And here I'm going to introduce the two concepts, two roles in each DAO. One is co-creator, the second is member. The main difference between these two roles are that the co-creator has more stake, has higher stake in the cave, which means that they have the responsibility and the power to moderate content in the cave. However, both of these two group of people are able to post to the cave. Let's set the number of co-creators to be 5 and the members to be 15. You can set the price. What's the stake required for the co-creator to join? Let's say 2 for members. That's great. Awesome. Now let's check what it's like. So here, as a user, you will be able. Well, so since I created this Web3 hackathon DAO, I can join the Discord group. This is where future members will be able to communicate. As well as seeing what's the current supply of the tokens in the DAO, as well as the future supply, total supply of tokens. And this is where you can redeem your revenue in the DAO. Awesome. Let's say you can scroll down on our main plaza to find a DAO of your interest. Let's say this is Sushi DAO. This looks like you can see what are the contents that's created in the DAO. This is a pretty good content. But I'm not a big sushi person, so I might just follow the DAO without joining as a member or co-creator of the DAO. Let's go more. Oh, here we go. This is a Berkeley Boba DAO. This looks interesting to me. Well, let's see the post that they have. This one seems pretty nice. Plenty. I love Plenty. I can comment on the post. I can like the post. I can like the post. And I'm actually a big Boba person. How about let's join? Let's check what it costs to become a co-creator. 3 weekly token. What's the cost to become the member? Is only 1 weekly token. Let's become a member of the DAO, right? Let's see. Okay, that's awesome. So now we have joined the DAO. We'll be able to access this Discord. Chat with other members to create content with other nano creators who are also passionate about Boba at Berkeley. Awesome. Now let's create a post. How about we create a content? Like let's create something for the hackathon DAO, right? So we got this newer hackathon DeFi coming up. Let's use it. DeFi hackathon. So let's say as a nano creator, I don't know what's a good content to create that can be valuable. As a user, you can ask our AI to, right? I am going to join this DeFi hackathon by Polygon. Now let's click the AI Craft button and see what it gives us. Very nice. Let's see what are the content that we can use, right? Things like share that we're participating. Very nice. I look forward to spending. Okay. Exploring. Also, we got the top tags for me. Let's select the DAO that we want to post to. We have joined Boba and we created the hackathon DAO. Let's post the hackathon DAO. Let's create it.
Awesome, right? So once the post is created, you will be sent to all the other co-creators in the DAO for approval. Essentially, every other co-creators of this Web3 hackathon DAO will have the ability to check the contents, to edit the content, as well as to approve the content, right? Let's approve it since we're the only one in the DAO right now. Let's approve it. Once the content is approved, it'll go into the public space. Now this content officially becomes a post, right? Where people can comment. It seems so fun, right? It seems fun. Very nice. And people can share this post to others. They can also like the post. And that's awesome. This is where the nano creators will be able to collaborate to create content to a common DAO, right? So let's go to user profile page, right? You can see the DAO they are in. This is the content that we just posted to Web3 Hackathon DAO, right? And every other member who join or other co-creators will be able to share just like you into this DAO, into this community. Awesome, and you will also be able to see your contribution points and your contribution level in the ecosystem view. That will tie closely to your benefits with our governance tokens in the ecosystem. All right, this is it. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching that demo. Thank you. Yep. So essentially, we're going to have two token structure. One is our utility tokens called Wiki token. The second is our governance token called TRV tokens. And for the details of our tokenomics, we can discuss in private. But on a high level right now, the main functionality of our Wiki token serves as a currency for transacting with all the digital services that we provide in the ecosystem. Here's our market position. There are two spectrums in this industry. One is the ability to create content. The second is the ability to earn. It usually comes with a trade-off between these two spectrums. The easier it is to create a content, the harder it is to earn from monetizing the content. And our goal as a LiveWiki is to minimize this trade-off, to create 100 times better user experiences for nano content creators, to make it as easy as possible to create content and as easy as possible to monetize, to earn. This is our team. Our team consists of 3 recent graduates from the class of 2023 studying computer science from UC Berkeley. We may not be the most experienced entrepreneurs, but we are certainly the most determined group of people to find a solution to these problems more than anyone else in this world. For this round, we're raising $600,000 at a valuation of $10 million. Now, I've been talking for a while, but the question is up to you. Between the future and the past, which side will you choose? Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So we got Charles. You got any comments on this? Charles.
Hey, thank you for your presentation. So my question is, what's the ideal target audience to be the consumer of this content and content on your content platform? And because I understand, on the other hand, in order to really give them more ability to earn or to earn more, there has to be a way, either we can really drive more values to content creators directly, or we're able to, using a lower cost to acquire more consumers for their content, right? So, yeah, who do you think the target audience is in terms of consuming this content? Are they going to be students or existing Reddit users, or how does it work?
Thank you, Charles, for the question. So there are 2 parts to this, to answer the questions that you asked. One from the higher level, right? So in the US markets, there's a gap for a certain content type, and that is the experience-based note content. In the Chinese market, many people may have used an app called Red, 小红书, and that's not something that's in the market right now in the US. So on a higher level, it'll be experience-based note contents, And people who will be using this are normal daily users who are looking for experiences that can add value to their life. That'll be just the higher level. And the second, to go more in depth, our go-to-market strategy, it would not be catered to all kinds of experiences. We have to delve in one specific community or one specific content type in the very beginning to be able to foster a thriving and engaging communities. And this first initial users is a community that we can talk in private about our strategy to go to market.
Thank you, Steve.
No problem.
All right, that's what's up. So I think I think that's pretty much it because we gotta stay in time, but Steven, really appreciate the time, bro. Great
Thank you all.
presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for all the time.
All right, so we are moving to project 19 of the day. We got DeLeon in the building, so we'll see what they got going on.
Yeah, hello everyone. This is the team members from Dalium. I am Samuel James. I am the founder of Dalium, and I've had several experiences in the space so far. And I'm here with other team members. So I'm with Shazili and the rest. So please, they would go ahead with introducing themselves.
I'm Syed Bisharat from Pakistan. I'm working with Dalium. I'm in charge of marketing and strategic of Dalium and experience of 3 years and working with Dalium. And I like to hand over my colleague Shazili Usman to introduce our rest of the team. Shazili Usman, going forward to you.
Thank you very much. I am Shazili Usman. I've been with Dalium from Genesis, and I'm happy to be on this discussion during my part. So basically, I'm in charge of Dalium business management, with a sort of public relation and other necessary aspects of Dalium. So we have other members of Dalium, which are the dev from Abi to Sahabi and others, and everyone is doing their part to make sure Dalium is successful. Thank you very much. So Mr. Jai, I'm handing over the mic to you so you can just give overall discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Shazili. We've actually hosted the Dalium P2P exchange on a server already. And then, it is something we like to do because we are kind of passionate about what we are building in Web3. So yes, please, team members, can you see my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
yes,
you can. Yeah, okay. So now this is the P2P exchange. It's already in development. But what I want everyone here to note is that Dalium is not just on a demo. We are actually live with our testnet on Nautilus chain, and we've been in close relationship with Nautilus from the onstart, and we've chosen Nautilus as our native chain to build on. So our testnet is currently live on Nautilus, and we've had several responses so far. So this is like our most unique product, which is what would be, the face of the projects out there. So that is why we are taking time to build this. And we've devoted ourselves. We are not currently funded. We are just individually funding this. And it's something that is very stressful and very entertaining to build so far. So yes, I'm connecting to the app right away now on MetaMask. And yes, it is possible to connect to the DR because we've actually integrated that aspect also from the Nautilus chain into the DR because that is what we would be using, to make the project stand out among its peers. So yes, this is the interface for the P2P, but not just about this. We have the decks already live, already designed, already working on Nautilus already. But this is our unique selling point, as I said before. So we are still working on this to make sure that this actually works very fine for the users, that this is just a demo. So we have the home page here, which we would have the orders. they buy and they sell if you choose to buy, or if you're choosing to sell what you want to, your digital assets, you come here right away. And then with the ones down here now, you can see the different people that are selling their tokens. So you can come here to make the offer you would like to make to them. And you can choose to select the type of token you want to purchase or you want to buy, and the payment methods that are available, so that you can streamline or filter the orders so that it works well for what you want to use them for. So yes, and fiat or crypto, yeah, we are still building that, so it's not supposed to show yet. But anyway, that's great. So, okay, I think I connected my wallets before though. So yeah, is the create order where users can click on, to choose the orders, the type of order they want to make on the platform. Is it a buy or a sell? And then include the amount, the price of the token, and then include the total amount in USD they would want to use to purchase the desired token, or to get the fiat they want to get. So yes, and it will automatically display the amount in USD, so that you can know what you want, and then you can choose to include a narrative here so that they would know what you want, and you can submit an order. So yes, this is how it is supposed to work on that aspect. Though this is not just everything, we have the total framework ready to use, to achieve our purpose. So once they click on submit order, the order will automatically show as an advertisement for people to, engage with. And then we have the orders where you can see the orders you've actually, you've streamlined to see the order type. You can choose if it's a buy or a sell. You can choose the token type. You can choose the status, if it is active, it has been completed, or the ones you actually cancel. So they would all be listed here, and you can also choose to see the profile you've actually customized, the payment method you would like to use, and then yes, everything you would like to use there. So you can edit here, and then include the name you would want to use, and the bank name, and the account number, and you can choose to put the code and then update the payments. So we've included a few documentation on our slide actually. So yes, the slide we actually prepared for this presentation. Okay, Said, I hope you guys can see my slide, right?
No, sir, we are seeing your browser, b2bdilemma.com.
Okay, so yes, I think I need to stop the share so that I can share my current, okay. I think Anand can share this. I think it is now sharing, right?
Yes, I can see.
Okay, yeah, so now this is a slide we presented to everyone to see. So we would include this in the submission also. So yeah, this is what we look to integrate into the project: wallet-to-wallet connection, intelligence, order matching using AI, through smart contracts, ways to minimize scam and fraud, and AI support /ins, to work with dispute resolution and queries. And also the advantages of this to the project will be enhanced liquidity, security, auto fraud detection, P2P transaction integration with the ZBEC payments protocol. It's stuff we are supposed to integrate into the project to make it even more better. And for Dialem, actually, the partnership and ecosystem side of it, we've partnered with Nautilus already, and they are helping us a whole lot, and also ZBEC, so that we can, integrate that fiat payments, seamless way of payments. And we're also going to be looking at API kind of introduction into the project, so that to facilitate stable coins to USD transactions. And also in the near future, we would be integrating with Shadow, because we've actually talked to them. And even when it comes to the KYC, it will be a decentralized KYC, and we'll be using Fractal to make this actually work out. Yes, this is our roadmap for the project actually. We start from the down here, the deployment on Nautilus. Yes, we've deployed on Nautilus already. Our text is live, and even the P2P now is deployed already on Nautilus. Our testnet is live, as we said already, and we're currently building the P2P app ready for beta launch. And also, our target audience for this particular application is traders and investors, newbies, merchants looking to create orders, in a decentralized way, even the traders and investors in a decentralized way. And also, we have different advantages over others because, first of all, here is an AI technology we are integrating into the project. And in all of this, we are trying to make sure it is decentralized as much as possible, and including payment solution API so that people can get from crypto directly to their bank accounts. So yes, we have a whole lot of team ready to, take this forward. People versed in artificial intelligence with certifications, actually, not just based on what we are doing, but also in other aspects of endeavor. So yes, thank you so much for having to listen to us. And we want to build this, and we hope that you would support us in actually.
All right, so let's, Kaylin, you got something to say?
Okay, great. I don't actually know if I'm connected already because I'm talking.
Hello, coming here. So, given also, myself coming from, the exchange, also crypto exchange background, I have an interesting question for you that, how do you ensure that, those P2P orders are able to close the deal and no, say like a sabotage or any like scam, happening? Because previously I also working with several P2P providers. The biggest challenge is not, the deal matching or say, the closing, but it's more about, some of the offers are actually created by scammers. So how do you, try to, using no matter say AI or other rule engine to eliminate those, type of questions? Especially this is, DEX, right? There's no, the identity is, encrypted. So there's no way you can find, the real person to call them, or there's no way you can use, like something like a call center for such, customer service. So how do you ensure, to provide, to prevent scammers?
Okay, yeah, great info, question there. Actually, as we stated before, we want to, do this through the smart contract as much as possible because we believe that if you want to be decentralized, you have to still go through the smart contracts. Yeah, and to answer that question, we would be providing steps whereby users will go through, to perform their transactions. And one of it is through their wallet address. Yes, there are some settings you would have to do on your MetaMask so that we can have access to those funds because you need to sign those transactions. So once you sign those transactions, now we get to, have control of the particular fund you want to approve to the buyer or the seller. And from there now, we can control it because now it goes over to the smart contracts, as we said before. It goes over to the smart contract. And once it is there, we ensure that once the buyer or whoever initiated the transaction first confirms that, yes, I want to release this, he signs it through the wallet itself. Yeah, it is through the wallet itself that this happens and it goes over to us. So now we have control of that fund. So now there is no manipulation there, there is no fraud because yes, it is definitely supposed to happen. So yeah, we control that through the smart contract because we do not, want all those manipulations in the system. So yes, the transaction signing is the basic part of it because without that, we cannot control what is going on there. So we sign the transaction, and once that is done, we have control of those cryptocurrencies, and then we send them to the right partner you choose to trade it with, and that's how it happens.
Okay, thank you. As a follow-up question, maybe let's make it short though. Say I mean, I fully agree that, for the token, on the token side, also on the cryptocurrency side, the smart contract will define, will monitor, basically monitoring, all the, transactions for sure. But what if, the P2P is something between, between the fiat to crypto? Then how do you ensure the bank transaction also, doesn't have any, issue? And as another follow-up question that, what if some of the order have issue, right? Then how do you resolve, as a follow-up service, also like customer service, how do you know what's your plan on that part? Because previously we do see a lot of, problem happening after sales for the P2P. That's the biggest challenge.
Okay, yeah, great question there. So what we actually do there is, the inclusion of not just the AI itself. We are going to include the human form of dispute resolution, because definitely it's supposed to happen and you have to make provisions for that. So though the AI will be doing its own part, there would be that human support, to assist the users to resolve issues based on that. Because when they actually go through the escrow smart contracts, this actually gives us control already. So now there could be instances whereby, yes, there are disputes. Maybe there's a failed transaction or whatever. Yeah, now we resolve that through the support we integrate directly into the P2P exchange. And also, we would be using bank APIs, not just, maybe bank accounts or whatever. Because when you look at this application called Wise, it has an API itself. So now with that, they can initiate stable stablecoin transaction from their crypto wallets to USD using the Wise API. And also, we'll be collaborating with Zebek, to furthermore streamline those processes, because we need something that is back here at home. And Zebek is what offers us that. Yeah, so we will be using APIs when it relates to bank like Wise, yeah, because that's our first choice. And also we'll be using the Zebek protocol for those fiat transactions, because we believe that they would actually include this in their products as they progress.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sam. Always appreciate, you guys talking to us. So let's just keep the ball rolling. We got like 3 more projects. We got Ascendant now. I think they're a video, so let's get it rolling.
Hi, everyone. This is Team Ascendant. My name is Zach. I'm co-founder of Ascendant. Ascendant is the first AI-powered spiritual metaverse. We are really excited to be here to be able to present to you our idea of building the first AI-powered spiritual metaverse. And we really believe we are building a consumer app that has potential product market fit in Web3. And let me welcome Callum, my co-founder, to introduce to you about the market potential and opportunities in astrology.
Okay, let's begin our understanding of astrology's industry by understanding its definition. So according to ChatGPT, astrology is a system of divination that uses the positions and the movements of celestial bodies to get insights into human affairs. And astrology might be one of the most fascinating subjects in this world, because it really unlocks a vast amount of knowledge into human beings and also relationships. And I'm actually not alone, because JP Morgan once said the same thing, which is millionaires do not need astrologers and the billionaires do. If we put all these downloads into quantifiable numbers, we can see that astrology is the $23 billion US industry, and it keeps growing. In the past several years, because of the influence of the pandemic, some of the searches of keywords actually 2x or even 3x in the past several years. And also because astrology has its natural extensions into psychological consulting and other psychic services. So there's potential to grow this $23 billion market into a $100 billion one. Even though this industry is super exciting, there are a lot of unresolved problems with the current products and services. So if you look at this pie chart of the value distribution for astrology market, less than 10% of the market value is actually in the digitalized astrology products, because there are a lot of problems, including lack of practicality, lack of community, and there's no data privacy. And for the rest 90%, all these industry value is carried still by manual astrology reading services. even though 90% is a huge number, these services are actually far from being perfect because they are expensive, they are discontinuous, and also there's a platform access charge. So now I'm going to transfer back to Zach, and he will be introducing to you guys about how we're going to tackle these problems using our solutions.
Thanks, Helen. So in the sentence, by combining astrological knowledge graph with artificial intelligence, we're presenting an AI astrologer that offers interactive and accessible experience for metaphysics fans. And this experience can match 70% or 80% of human astrologers and could be really disruptive to existing Web2 products. And blockchain plays a big role in this as well. For users, they can own their own social data, access to a decentralized community in which they do not have to worry about being censored by a centralized platform. With the help of smart contracts, the transaction between human astrologers and the users can be highly improved because they can have a very transparent platform commission and very fast payment settlement. And last but not least, with innovative NFT application gamification features, we can extend the playability for this astrology application, and we can have an application that's highly fit for Gen Z users. And now let me guide you through the product design of Ascendant. First of all is the AIC DID. We're offering the first DID based on astrology that combines the first chart key information as well as in-platform behaviors and on-chain data into one DID. And also users can mint their own personalized PFP NFT, and it's a key path to the Ascendant spiritual metaverse. Now we look at the key feature of Ascendant, which is the AI astrologer, Ariana. Now let Ariana introduce what she can do for you.
Hi there, I'm Ariana, the AI astrologer developed by Ascendant, here to introduce the product features that Ascendant offers in its realm of astrological expertise. Firstly, birth chart reading. Ascendant's birth chart reading feature unlocks a deeper understanding of oneself by analyzing the unique alignment of planets at the moment of an individual's birth. With meticulous precision, we interpret the birth chart to reveal personality traits, strengths, and weaknesses, enabling individuals to enhance their self-awareness and make more informed decisions about their future directions. Second, relationship interpretation. Our relationship interpretation feature unravels the intricacies of interpersonal dynamics, enabling users to cultivate harmonious connections and resolve conflicts within relationships. The compatibility reading equips individuals with tools to effectively navigate relationship challenges, fostering empathy, and promoting healthier and more fulfilling connections. Third, fortune telling. The fortune telling feature goes beyond traditional astrology, providing users with predictions and guidance regarding career, wealth, affection, and even financial investment. By analyzing real-time celestial patterns and planetary movements, we offer personalized forecasts that empower individuals to anticipate opportunities, navigate challenges, and make informed decisions.
Thank you, Ariana. And as you can imagine, astrology fans and also other metaphysics fans, they enjoy not just interacting with the AI astrologer, but they also enjoy reading relevant content, sharing their feelings, and communicating with other metaphysics fans as well. And therefore, we are creating the first decentralized spiritual community. We are going to invite both regular users as well as professional astrologers, tarot readers, and other psychics to join the community and create content and build their own influence on this platform. And we offer users with their own data sovereignty and decentralized censorship to ensure their democracy and decentralization within this community. And in addition, for professional psychics such as astrologers and tarot readers, we invite them to provide services for metaphysics fans on Ascendant platform. And this is where smart contract can play a big role, enhancing their experiences. From the perspective of users, first of all, the AI record key information and key readings when they interact with the AI and store in a decentralized storage network. And when they use the new astrologer, they can authorize the astrologers access to their data and to get familiar with them before they start reading. Therefore, they can have a very proficient and very extensive reading with the astrologer, even if it's the first time she or he used this astrologer. Second of all, because all the comments and reviews of astrologers are on-chain, so this makes the users much easier to select their ideal astrologers for readings. Smart contracts can also help increase experience for professional astrologers. With a transparent permission written within a smart contract, they do not need to worry about the misbehavior or overcharge of the platform, and they can get their payment within like a minute or seconds once they complete their services, instead of being hold on for like several days or even months in a centralized platform. Then let me introduce you about the economic system. The NFT really serves as the key path to the spiritual metaverse. And with the NFT, users can play the gamified features such as astral shading game, spiritual paths. They can use the signature chart to invite their friends, and they can also create content in the community. All this can help them earn the AIC token, which is our utility token. And for the real astrology fans, they will all love to spend all these AIC tokens in using AI astrologer. And as a reward for early adopters and for their early participation, and also help on iterating the AI, we reward them with a blind box NFT, as well as a limited COM, which is our governance token. So this is the basic concept of this economic system. Then let me talk about marketing strategy. We have established close collaboration with several elite Web3 players, such as OKX and Galaxy. We launched a marketing campaign with OKX 2 months ago, and several campaigns with Galaxy, in the past quarter. Each of these campaigns bring us more than 1,000 participants, and which help a lot in grow our early community. And we have established collaboration with influencers of more than 5 million followers. This powerful influencers, such as Marine Altman, who has more than 2 million followers across the internet, can help us in marketing campaign, can do both online and offline activities with us to get us more users to join the Ascendant community. Okay, then let me introduce you about the team. I'm Zach, and I used to be an investment banker in UBS and also an investor in Alibaba. And before I started this company, I actually founded the NFT marketplace in Alibaba, which is one of the earliest NFT marketplace in China. And my co-founder, Helen, who graduated in UC Berkeley as a psychology major, and who was a senior product manager in Xiaohongshu, which is the largest community application in China. And my tech lead, Tony, who have done a series of fascinating applications in gaming industry, big data, as well as blockchain gaming and the consumer app. My astrologer lead is Mandy, who is in different time zones, so couldn't join us in this presentation. But she graduated from Oxford and is a core member in Astrological Associates. And our design lead is Tali, who lives in Los Angeles, and Lexi is leading our growth and operation, who used to work in Bankled. And we have established a long-term partnership with a lot of Web3 companies and communities, and also astrology authorities such as SAR, Astrological Association, and Nordor, which is the Chinese branch of SAR. And one thing worth mentioning is that we have just been selected into Finance Zero to Hero incubation. With that, we believe we have access to much more resources and influential partners. So this is our presentation, and I hope you will love it, and I hope you vote for our project. Thank you.
That's what's up. All right, so that was a video, so we'll keep it pushing. Now we got D3X or Dex. Oh, we got Mr. Stark in the building from HypeX as well, my guy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stark. I'm a co-founder of HypeX. So let me introduce our newest product, DAX. So DAX is an NFT decentralized exchange to bring the liquidity to every kind of assets. Next slide. All right, so through the whole history of NFTs, we can see, from 2017, NFT being brought out as experiments and gradually become to the collectible and become to the cultures, items, bring the IP to the Web3s and later on to the games.
I think it doesn't work. All right. So yeah, we believe in the future, comparing with the fungible tokens, NFT definitely can bring more utilities to the space. So it can be used as real world assets. It can be bring more utilities to the assets and to be on chain. But however, the NFT is dying. So through the data of the NFTs, we can see, next slide. Yeah, we can see, all the blue chips NFTs are dropping, and of course, those long tail NFTs don't have any values right now. Most of the NFTs are going to zero right now. So what's the main problem that bring, NFT markets to that bad place right now? So the main problem is NFTs lacking of the liquidities. So therefore, as the assets itself, it has to have liquidity in order for traders to keep trading on those assets. And of course, as assets itself, it don't have the values. Most NFTs right now is still PFPs that don't contain any kind of values. So as investors of NFTs, I don't get anything back from the project. So therefore, the NFT space needs to be changed. So DAX is building the financial infrastructures to bring the liquidity and utilities to NFTs. So in DAX, we believe, NFTs as a good asset, it has to have good utilities and liquidities in order to bring the trading values up. So through our trading platforms, we're aiming to build exchanges that have the experiences like centralized exchange, like Binance, like Coinbase, to allow users seamlessly trading NFTs as cryptos. So people will be able to purchase NFT without any barriers. So no matter you have $1, you have $100, you have $1 million, you can purchase NFTs as many as you want. And of course, as NFT holders, you can always stake in your NFTs to earning additional rewards. So our goal through the DAX is to be the best all-in-one trading platforms to like Binance of NFTs in the space for all the NFT traders. So through our platforms, like other crypto exchanges, we're allowing users to play all the different order types, like limit order, stop order, market orders, to allow users to have all different trading strategies, to allowing not only just NFT traders, but also crypto traders to be in the space. And of course, for market makers, this is a place for them to finally can trading NFTs to using their market making strategies to bring the liquidity to the space. So through our technical architectures, for each collections, we fractionalize those NFTs to different pieces to bring the liquidity up. And also we use order books and aggregators to aggregate all the orders from different marketplaces to in one place. So therefore, no matter your traders, your market makers in one spot, we will provide you the best value, best price, and best liquidities. And of course, as NFT holders, also as projects, you can always bring more values to NFTs. So through our powerful dashboard, projects can easily add in different utilities to NFTs, such as revenue shares, staking rewards, additional LP rewards, to allowing projects to actually bring more values to their NFT holders. So therefore, the holders itself, they have more incentives to holding your NFT, to invest in your NFT, to trading your NFT, to contribute to earning more additional rewards from your projects. We're aiming to providing a customizable dashboard that can not only for NFT projects, but also for all kinds of token projects or real world assets projects to bring additional values to their collections. And of course, after fractionalization, we want to give the users more utilities for the NFTs. So in-game, we will have batch system, we will have in-platform gamings to allowing users to use their fractionalized NFTs and then to earning additional rewards. So through our platforms, as the infrastructure of NFT liquidities, all different projects or different products can build on top. Of course, from our side, later on, we will have perpetual trading, option tradings, NFT DAXing, and other different financial products can be built on top of our spot trading liquidities. So we're here, not only just trying to bring liquidity to NFTs, but we're aiming to change the whole life cycle of the NFTs. Currently, NFTs have very bad business models. Most projects, they start minting, and then they use all their funds to building products, or they're just rock away. So as holders, as investors, I don't get any values from the growth of the projects. So we're aiming to build an ecosystem that projects, they can launch their projects and then adding different utilities and values to NFTs. And the project itself, they actually can get profit from secondary markets. So therefore, you will create a more sustainable business model for NFT projects. So, all right. Yeah, so not only just for NFTs, we're thinking, maybe in the next phase, there's no more ERC20 token. NFTs can actually bypass the values of fungible tokens. It can have more liquidities and also more utilities to their products. So yeah, to building those kind of products, we need very solid teams. So our teams are from those top companies, and me and my co-founders, we both from top universities, being the tech space for years. So we believe within our team, we can shipping a product that traders and users they really want. So yeah, through our product roadmap, currently our beta product is on the testnet. So we're going to opening the beta testing in the next month. So if anyone are interested, please contact us. We can add you to the whitelist. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, bro. Boone, you got some thoughts for this?
Oh yeah.
All right. Thank you. Very interesting. So yeah, agree. I think NFT is dying, and some of the more recent event like Asuki actually didn't help much, right, to dry up the liquidity in the space. That's even worse. However, yeah, I've seen quite some attempt trying to bring more liquidity to the space and adding utility. I think definitely one of the idea is fractionization to fractionize NFTs. One thing I'm not clear, I want to double click on is I know a lot of fractionization project have challenge with is redemption process, because especially if putting say like Bored Ape, certain Bored Ape is more valuable and you fractionize into like whatever ERC20 pieces. But when you redeem a different Bored Ape that might be less valuable, less desirable. So there's a lot of arbitrage opportunity there. So what's your consideration or interesting approach there to prevent this from happening or mitigate this?
Yeah. So for NFTs, definitely, each NFT have different rarities. But within the current data we're seeing, on the platform such as Blur, most trading values are actually coming from the floor price of the NFTs. So therefore, our target NFTs are actually those NFTs that can be more fungible to trading. So for those very valuable or those NFTs, one-of-one NFTs, it's not in our targets. So those NFTs, you can, go on the platform to place auctions where, you can go to OTCs. So our goal is to, just bring the liquidities for the NFTs that have more, fungible like the NFTs. So.
That's interesting. Another thing, just want to see your thought process here. I think you mentioned that you guys are focused on like EVM or actually Ethereum now. And what's the view for the future of like cross-chain, especially like during last bull market? There's quite something interesting that happened on Solana, right? Magic Eden, etc. And now it's like Bitcoin ordinary things, right? What's your consideration of view there, and how your project will handle the cross-chain?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So on our roadmap, we will not only just build on, UVM compatible chains, we'll also
thinking about extend to other ecosystems. You know, like right now, over 60% of the NFTs are still deploying on Ethereum. So we want to start from Ethereum and later on extend to other chains. And of course, in our V2 that we're designing right now, we're actually going to move our trading layers to layer 2. So therefore, you know, for people who ever wants to trade, we'll have lower gas. And we'll also will providing like gasless tradings to bring better user experience to traders.
That's yeah, definitely better in terms of gas fee, right? Lower. But is the underlying NFT still kind of in Ethereum? It's just you're trading on L2.
Yeah, exactly. We just mirror it and have the assets in there too.
Makes sense. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right. Let's my guy Stark, appreciate it, bro.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I think we got our last project of the evening, if I'm not mistaken. So we got Navi protocol. And I think they got a video and a Zoom. So let's get it.
Hi, every judges, investors, and builders. My name is Alistair. I'm the co-founder of Navi Protocol. Navi Protocol is a modular DeFi infrastructure for every emerging new blockchains. The name Navi in its original Indian language means be kind to people. And this really aligns with our vision to build a DeFi infrastructure that serves for the broader Web2 user bases. So what does the modular DeFi infrastructure mean? Modular DeFi infrastructure means a secure and easy to integrate and plug DeFi protocol that can be easily deployed to a variety of blockchains, for example, Cosmos, EVM, and Move chains. We picked this direction as specifically, you know, it has been 3 years since DeFi summers, and we came to realize a quick shift of demand from DGen DeFi innovation to an easy to use and secure DeFi protocols from every new emerging blockchains or financial institutions. Currently, we are chatting with Sui Network, Injective, Psi Network, and Scroll for potential synergy to deploy such easy to use out-of-box DeFi solution for them. Today, for the presentation, I will be presenting the first case of our product that's already deployed on the Sui testnet. And before I kick it off into that, I do want to share a little bit more about the team and where we're coming from. So, like I mentioned earlier, my name is Alistair. Before joining Navi, I worked as a software engineering at search infrastructure at LinkedIn for a couple of years and co-founded another DeFi protocol called Helio.money on BNB chain before co-founding this Navi protocol. My co-founder, Rahul, he used to be the CTO of Connects.com and co-founded Midas Capital, which is a lending borrowing protocol focused on the BNB ecosystem. Our product lead is Charles. Charles went to USC with me for undergrad and worked as Apple engineering for a couple of years before joining Navi. And then we have Carlo, who is serving as an architect and the CTO of Navi protocol. Then besides this, we also have a mature business development team and marketing team and a 10 plus people who range from developers based in Southeast Asia and Dubai and US. In terms of the innovation that we're doing on top of the Navi protocol is we are building something called multi-asset strategy. On a very high level, what does this mean? Is we do start to realize there's always a gap between how to we enable collateralizing more volatile assets and build this robust ecosystem to sustain the growth and demand of the robust assets. Specifically, our design principle falls on the 3 categories. Number 1 is collateral with various liquidity depths and volatility assigned at different interest rate ranges. Number two is we will be deploying the VE token model driving for the emission that are specifically designed and learned from the past existing successful DeFi projects. And number three is for the optimized capital efficiency, we have also designed this one-way liquidity sharing model, which more volatile assets liquidity can be properly shared with less volatile, more stable assets liquidity. Due to the time constraint, I'm not going to deep dive into technical detail, but if there's any interest, I can be reached through my communication channel and happy to schedule any follow-up call to deep dive into the depths. And the next step, what I will be doing is I want to jump in the presentation side to show a little bit of the current progress that we have achieved for demonstration purpose of this hackathon. As you can see, naviprotocol.io, this is our landing page. And if you on the right side corner, you can click on Launch App. It will lead you to the SWE, to the first case study product we already deploy on the SWE network. I'm here to disconnect the product. We support a variety of SWE wallet at this moment. For example, if I click on SWE, I can easily connect to the website. As you can see, at this moment, we have a very clean slate dashboard to show you the variety of assets that's being supported of the SWE network at this moment. If you scroll down, you will be able to see the variety of assets that's available within my wallet that I can provide as collateral to borrow out the other asset. For example, right now I have 2,000 SWE, 100 USDC, and 2.8 Rev ETH. So here I'm going to select SWE assets. I'm going to supply another 1,000 SWE. And it's done. One thing I really loved about the SWE network is the smooth and efficiency of any transaction. Every transaction takes less than half second, and this is by far faster than any layer 2 existing within the market. And now, as you can see, because I provide more collateral, my health factor has improved from 1.08 to 1.13. As well as my total supply has increased to 23,000. And then I'm going to navigate to the borrow page. And I'm going to select, let's say, USDC to borrow. Currently, there's 20,000 USDC within the market. And the amount that I'm capable of borrowing based on the current threshold that I have is 5,300. So I'm going to borrow another 1,000 USDC. As here you will be able to see, because of we set our health factor to start liquidation at around 1,000 seems a little bit too risky because my health factor will be dropping to 1.04. So and if I'm so the best option for me is actually best option for me is to reduce the borrow amount as the dashboard does not allow me to borrow. If I drop to 700, and you are prompted to acknowledge the risk that's involved within having a slightly low health factor, and I confirm all the risk, approve. And it's done. Now my health factor has improved to 1.06. So what I showed you earlier was as the progress of the how do I borrow our new assets. As you can see now, I have already have like 700 USDC as my loan, and the 5,000 as everything that I borrowed before. So now I'm going to show you the process now of users. How do we repay back the loan and retrieve the collateral? So on here, you'll be able to see the repay button. I will just click on 700, which is the maximum amount of debt that I'm owning right now. There under the right after decimal, there are a few numbers behind, which is my interest charges that are accruing every second. I'm gonna click on the rate, approve the transaction. And it's done. Now my house factor has been improved because I repay back my loan. I'm going to go back to supply pages, click on withdraw, and withdraw the 1,003 that I supplied earlier. Of course, you know, if you withdraw 5,000, then likely my house factor will drop below 1. So the system will communicate this message with me and disapprove me from withdrawing. So I'm going to only withdraw 1,000. I will click on acknowledge the risk. And then approve the transaction. And it's done. We also provided a very clean state dashboard, learned from one of the OG of the space, which is Aave, to provide more granularity into the understanding of the whole ecosystem. As here you can see, if you click on each asset that's been supplied right now, you'll be able to understand how many assets has been supplied, what is the max loan TB, LTV, as well as the liquidation threshold, as well as the liquidation penalty. And the borrower side information, what has been borrowed out, as well as interest rate model, what is the current utilization rate. For SWI, because there had been a shortage of SWI token within the testnet environment, you do start to see the demand for borrowing and is really high. That causes a spike of the interest rate. So the current interest rate that's being experiencing within the testnet environment of Navi protocol is around 30.8%. And yeah, that's first out-of-box solution that Navi protocol we have built for the SWI network. Go back to the final part of the conversation a little bit. Currently, we have partnered with every founders and protocols of the SWI ecosystem and is able to launch the testnet, as the testnet has been running for the past 2 weeks. We're aiming to launch the Navi protocol on SWI for the upcoming 2 to 3 weeks. And in terms of investor, currently we're invested by Mr. Labs, 498 Ventures, Galaxy, BioBTC, as well as Gate.io. We are still continuing to grow and build. I will be sharing my Telegram information as well as my team communication channel. So if there's any interest, feel free to reach out. And finally, you know, I do want to shout out to the great team that I'm blessed to be having. We have been growing significantly over the past 3 months since initiation. Super blessed to be here presenting to all of you guys, so many talents and builders. I will be staying online in case there's any questions to hop in to ask any questions. And you know, I do want to say it's a bear market, but Web3 and the crypto blockchain is a long path to go. So if there's any builders who are interested in us, we're still hiring, and please reach out and let us know. And thank you, everyone. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
All right, that's what's up. So for the judges, Sen, what's going on?
Hey, let's go. I think liquidity providing and lending and the borrowing protocol is.
Hey, Sam, nice to meet you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, it's definitely very important. I have 2 questions for you. Number one is why SWI? Because obviously there's Aptos, there's Sui. I'm sure the reason why you select Sui must have reasons. So please do share that. My second question is purely the lending protocol. In order for it to not become a Ponzi scheme or become, some non-legitimate business, the high APY needs to be backed by some real actual use of the money being lended. What are the main use cases for the money that's being lended on the use case? Or is that mainly just, are you just a platform? You're not like governing what other money is that are being used? These are the two questions I have.
Jeff. Awesome. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, everyone. And I do see a lot of familiar faces as judges. To kick off the question, why Sui? Like I mentioned earlier, the direct definition of Navi is where the modular DeFi infrastructure building for the non-EVM and more blockchain that are emerging. And Sui is the first cases that we're going towards. Where is Sui? For two reasons. Number one, you actually play around with Sui now or the wallet transaction speed. It's very smooth. And the new technology that's being backing this new blockchain, it just is able to provide the web tool and literacy. As an infrastructure engineering myself, I used to work at LinkedIn for large scale. I do believe a strong and robust infrastructure is super important for the blockchain technology to go for the next 6 years with web. Second, I do believe because community. So to really adopt is a very big, a lot of money to host hyped up Solana events. They host lots of great events only focusing on educating the technology, the builders, and growing a much more sustainable mindset, like how Web2, Facebook, Google was able to sustain. There was lots of examples in the past that they succeeded. Some of the new technologies succeeded, but some of them failed. But I do believe with the people behind, the more people chain, they can be the potential rising star of the future. And then back to the second question, how do I sustain the demand for lending for borrowing protocol? Like Coral Finance already presented before. So what we're aiming to become is basically the DeFi infrastructure. And that means we need to collaborate with lots of applications and mid-tier DeFi infrastructure building on top of us. And there are three directions that we're heading towards right now. Number one is we'll partner the protocols that are building yield vaults. For example, Coral Finance, they're looking to integrate with our lending volume platform to apply the vault. And we also internally partnering with Hyper Finance, which is doing leverage yield farming. Secondly, the second direction is pretty much the under-collateralized loan, the flash loan. So we are going to open source our flash loan API from new mode DeFi and the liquidation vault to participate in this process to leverage up the ecosystem and really make the Navi protocol become the lending, the infrastructure that supports other chains. And thirdly, like I mentioned earlier, I do believe the major use cases for lending volume, the sole mission of a lending volume is to help the ecosystem, to help a lot of illiquid assets to achieve its maturity and become much more liquid. And that is our sole mission that are closely relied and binding together with the foundation, with the ecosystem. For example, for Sui use cases solely, they're very focusing on games. There are 40 other gaming projects that are coming on board to the Sui ecosystem. So I'm being introduced by Mr. Labs, very blessed to be partnered with them to those 40 games and strategize a great game token launch plan that can help to some extent achieve the games. And in the meantime, of course, establish a very reliable partnership to educate them to avoid any kind of rug pull and build a more sustainable token vesting as well as liquidity plan for those gaming projects. So that is why I do believe that Navi protocol can be the foundational infrastructure not only for the Sui ecosystem, but also down the road for the more new blockchains that are coming out the way. Thank you. Thank you, Tim.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, appreciate that. And no, so let's our last one, Shadow Farm. And it's a video, so we'll play it and then we'll go to the awards presentation.
Hey guys, today let me show you how the shadow farm protocol works. The shadow farm is a type of automatic arbitrager, generate profit based on TVL difference and price difference, and so to basically utilize the case load difference based on Uniswap V2, maintaining user SLA as LP mining. In short, shadow farm utilizes price moving density for arbitrage. The price moving density is a word customized by a team, and I'll explain later. The shadow farm's underlying pool is a privileged UV2 liquidity pool, which is freed by the ST and the limited eligible trader to ST only. In liquidity algorithm, we distinguish constant formula like Uniswap V2, which is X multi Y equals K. Shadow farm's shadow means each shadow farm will correspond to a publicly available farm with the same assets. For example, on publicly available chain, there is a Uniswap ETH to USDT trader pair, and on shadow farm, there is a mirror of the ETH to USDT trader pair. Each shadow farm's liquidity is provided by the end user, but the team will limit each shadow farm's liquidity upper limit to 10th of the TVL of the public available one. And this is a hard cap and will be judged by the team dynamic. Why we want to limit the upper limit? That's because there must be some TVL difference in order for the arbitrage to work. And why the 10th? It's a sweet number we just gathered during the tests, and we'll set it to a default value. Shadow farm's underlying pool synchronize its price to the public available pool in a strategic fashion. In most time, the price is different, but when price synchronized event happen, the price is in sync moment. The price sync means that arbitrage is doing trade and try to even the price of the shadow pool and the public available pool. That means we need to maintain the same price between the two pools in order for every arbitrage to work. Each shadow farm's user interface is a standard Uniswap pool-like. For example, deposit X and Y as actually corresponding to public pool price. And we also provide as that feature that you only need to deposit one side of the token and we will sell half of the token to the other side to compose an LP. The fund profit is distributed with S token. The profit will be released to shadow farm in a timely fashion and distribute to each successive blocks. Each user can harvest S token anytime if they're rewarded to harvest. It's just like when you use Uniswap or SushiSwap, that you put LP on the pool and you can gain the profit constantly. Now the second part, let's introduce the price moving weight, the PMW. A typical modern trade happens in trading market. Either they are based on order book matching system or based on continuous function algebras like Uniswap V2LM. The price moving density is the sum of the asset need to bid or ask in order to push the current trading price of defined percentage change. Let's analyze the two different market types for this concept. In order book matching system, we take limit order, for example, in a specific point in time, the current trading price, spot price, of the trading pair is defined by latest match order. For mismatched orders, their order prices are either below spot price or above spot price. They all become market maker at the latest market making. So in a split point in time, the sum of the remaining order forms market depth. The following are two typical accumulated market depths chart that made from two exchanges. Of the same assets. Let's take a look at the left chart. It's the greater depth market depth chart, and the right is the lesser depth market depth chart. You can clearly see, since we have the y-axis to the same scale, the left chart depth is much better than the right side. Why is that? Since it has more orders, more amount of tokens on the list. In each of the charts, the center is the spot price, which is $100 above, surrounded by pending orders. The y-axis reflects cumulative order volume. So what is a PMW really? The demonstration purpose. Here we set the PMW's price scale to 120 for better illustration. In order to push the price upward to 120 from $100, we can compare the asset required to bid, illustrate the gray area. Now let's compare those two charts. We can safely assume that one need more assets, larger gray area to bid in order to push the price to 120 in better depth graph and in lesser depth graph. Definitely calculate the PMW 120%, but we can surely state that the PMW 120% with better depth graph is larger than the PMW 120% of the lesser depth graph. Yeah, because we can see the gray area on the left chart is definitely larger. A thing to note, since the price of order is spot trading from exchange have discrete nature, price to price is not continuous. Yeah, we can see the performance. Yeah, it's not linear. The PMW is not exactly predictable, even in atomic transaction. On the contrary, let's examine how the price works in Uniswap V2NM, which is continuous and predictable in an atomic transaction. This is a typical chart of a Uniswap like constant formula reserve charge. The line represents the price actually. Here you can see the line is very smooth and it's continuous. The constant thread formula based swap different themselves from order book based on exchange market and market depth, the LP amount, which translate to reserve of both sides is continuous and transparent and calculable. And on-chain transactions are all atomic and serialized, which brings exact profit calculation. The third part, through profit. The typical scenario of shadow farm arbitrage is doing arbitrage. Let's take, for example, let's simulate how shadow farm launches. When shadow farm launches, we'll find a trading pair that's available on the public available chain. For example, on Uniswap, ETH USDT pair, and we will launch a farm that's called the ETH USDT pair 2. So at the launch time, there must be TL difference, and the difference is big. That's good. And the shadow farm's price won't change unless we do arbitrage. We have defined this information before. And on public available pool, the price is changed second by second since all traders around the world are trading on that pool. So, for example, now after launch, 4 hours passed. The shadow farm's price has not changed since we haven't do any arbitrage yet. But the public available pool's price has surged for some point. Now, we want to do arbitrage that try to squeeze out the profit from the public available pool. That's how we do it. For example, that's the ETH and USDT pair. Now we have some USDT on our own pocket. We put some USDT into the shadow form in order to change into the ETH. In the same time, we push the price of ETH in the shadow form a bit higher. And now we have ETH in our hand. We want to sell the ETH on the public available pool on Uniswap's ETH to USDT pair. Since the TVL on public available pool is much better than the shadow farm, we actually get more USDT back. So before we have put some USDT into shadow farm, now we get back USDT from public available pool. Is there any difference, or the USDT we get from the public available pool is larger than the USDT we put into the shadow farm? Let's extend this by a formal examination. There are two independent pools. The first is called small pool. The other is called huge pool. The huge pool's K value is S larger than 1 times bigger than the small pool's K value. So we set the small pool's K value to small k, and huge pool's K value to bigger S multi small k. We set small pool's reserve to A and B individually. The bound case correspond to X and Y asset. So we have formula 2, which is constant formula AE equals K. We set huge pool's reserve to A and B individually, uppercase correspond to X and Y asset. So we have the formula 3. Now we define the price of A as formula 4 and the price of A, small a, as formula 5. We said price of A is Q. Q is larger than 1 times higher than A. So we got formula 6. According to previous equation, if we materialize K as Q and A, we can deduct 7, 8, 9. Now, the important part here, if we want to put Y is bigger than there. This corresponds to my example that we want to put USDT into the shadow farm in order to send back to the ETH. Here, now we put Y amount of the B into the small pool in order to describe to A is ETH. We will receive X amount of A. And now we want to trade X amount of A. A is ETH, okay, in larger pool. We put X amount of A into the larger pool with F because it has transaction fees. We will get another Y value amount of B. This Y value, this new Y value is the USDT we get back from the public available pool. This line continuous. If we subtract the new Y with the Y, original Y, the result is the potential profit, right? We get the USDT from public available pool, and let's subtract this value with the value we'll put into the shadow farm. If the result is positive, that means we actually have profit. So let's subtract. This is a long formula. And finally, we got formula 12. We find the denominator is always positive. Denominator, yeah, always positive. KY, AQS are all positive individually, and the small calculation guarantee the result is positive. Now let's take the numerator. If the numerator is positive, we can have positive profit. Will the numerator be positive? Let's examine each parameters. Now, this is simplified form. Here, 1 plus, this is always positive, and we assume the Q is the price scale. This is quite long, and I think the timing is not guaranteed me to say that much. So, we can prove that we have an area where is from 0, 1 to 1, 0, we have a triangle. This triangle means we have positive profit while we do the subtraction. Yeah, so
All right, guys, so the time has come, and then my guy Wes will be doing the award presentation with me as well. So again, thanks everybody for, you know, such a great turnout and, you know, such a great event. I mean, the fact that we're still in the building after, God, like 9 hours, 8 hours, it's awesome. So great projects all around, and we appreciate everybody that joined. But we came up with our 5 best projects, and we just want to make sure that at least, you know, hopefully everybody's here. But Wes, are we ready? Thanks. Hey, that'll get everybody turned. So honorable mention, Wes, you want to do the honors? I don't know if we got another mic.
Yeah, so the honorable mention is POSI Swap. They're the very first DEX that's announcing on Chain, and currently the development has been extremely smooth and has been invested by Emergo amounts and many other reputable VCs as well. And I'm very honored to present this award to you. Chris, thank you very much for participating, and congratulations. Yeah. Yeah, you want to hold on to the side? Yeah.
All right, so I'll let y'all finish that. All right, so congrats, POSI Swap, congrats, Chris and the whole team. Now we're going to the 4th, the most creative build with the huddle, right? So the most creative goes to Wes. Come here. Why do we? They gave it to you?
I give it to him?
Yeah.
Oh.
So the winner is,
Yeah, the winner is Buff Network for the most creative fiddle, which is a DEX on Arbitrum doing 10 million in TVL.
That's what's up. So shout out, Buff. I'm pretty sure Buff is here. Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Emily. Wait. Want to say anything? Oh. A little bit more. Yeah. Nice. Cover this back for me.
Congrats, Emily. All right, so shout out Buff. Now we're on to the top 3. My God. So for the 3rd place of the hackathon, we got Newland. So where's Newland at? The guy's over here. So 3rd place, Newland.
huge W in my opinion, so congrats to Luna. Yeah, bring your check. Oh, that's 5 racks. All right. Down to the last two, so gotta go second place. Boom, go, come up. You gotta announce the winner, so who won second place, bro?
The second place is, DVOE.
Yes, sir. Yes, Sirski, where's, DBOE at? East, you're accepting it? Oh, man.
Actually, I think,
Easy, you're accepting it? Sir. All right. Shout out Kuhn again for making all this happen. Shout out EC for helping Rootz Labs and make all this event possible. Shout out Rootz Labs. We're down to the last one.
Yep. All right, let's save the best for the last. The winner for the first Boundless Hackathon is Hexlink. Peter, come on board. Congratulations. Thanks for participating. Congratulations.
Bring the check, bring the check. Got 10 bands. Hey, so that's pretty much it. Hexlink, what's going on? Congratulations on winning. I mean, congrats to everybody, all the 5 winners, and I mean, everybody that showed up and, you know, their presentation either on video, Zoom, other cases on site. And I mean, that pretty much concludes everything. So we want to thank all y'all for showing up, coming through. If you guys traveled, I know some people traveled here from, I mean, just different places, so, shout out everybody for coming through. Everybody on here, Flyer, the whole team out here, Rootz Labs, Nautilus, Kuhn for making this, you know, providing us this space, Stanford as well. And I mean, Zebik, of course, Sam, happy birthday, Sam, a belated birthday. So we want to thank everybody for joining, and, that pretty much wraps it up. So thanks for joining, and hopefully we'll do another one soon. So, you know what I mean? Shout out everybody.
All right, thank you guys very much.
My God.
你呢？这个太好了，专业就做这个，专业就做这个啊，专业就做这个，专门做拍摄，但是我自己还做壁画这种，壁画画壁画的。哎，我们可以加个微信吗？加，对加，我拿起手机啊。拿手机。行，我们用心。那不是我们的啊，这是给这关了是吧？啊，它关了。是暂停以后关的吗？是吧？啊。这个是你的，这合同是我的吧？对，这个是你们的，这是你的。他等下先考一份这样的，现在。稍等啊。那你等下拿电脑过来。这个是在这个。啊，对，在这儿呢，在这儿呢。啊，这个是你的。说这是你的，就说好啊。这个是我的。OK。
就直接拿回去烤吧，然后烤好了之后可以我去取或者怎么样。
拿回去
哪儿啊？
三藩市。
你呢？
一样的，离得很近。
行，那我给你取吧，这样子。
那我今天我明天中午前我就把照片全部上传到 Google Drive。
对，照片可以 Google Drive，但是
对，他的视频就拷给你，然后他再做一个短片，对，然后再给他提出修改意见。
行，没问题。
合作愉快。
合作愉快，合作愉快，合作愉快。
都是专业的，以后我有客户需要直播的这个我就找你。
你能够全是话呀，我天呐。
没办法，这